Hansen. I represent the 16th Legislative District in Washington, Burt, Cumming, and parts of Stanton counties, and I serve as the chair of the Health and Human Services Committee. I would like to invite the members of the committee to introduce themselves, starting on my right with Senator Day.
Good afternoon. I'm Senator Jen Day. I represent Legislative District 49 in Sarpy County.
Senator Brian Hardin, District 48, Banner, Kimball, and Scottsbluff counties.
Merv Reapy, District 12, which is Omaha Metro in the fine city of Ralston.
Also assisting the committee is our legal counsel, Benson Wallace, our committee clerk, Christina Campbell, and our committee pages are Maggie and Molly. A few notes about our policy and procedures. Please turn off or silence your cell phones. We will be hearing 5 bills and we'll be taking them in the order listed on the agenda outside the room. On each of the tables near the doors to the hearing room, you'll find green testifier sheets. If you are planning to testify today, please fill one out and hand it to Christina when you come up to testify. This will help us keep an accurate record of the hearing. If you are not testifying at the microphone but want to go on record as having a position on a bill being heard today, there are yellow sign-in sheets at each entrance where you may leave your name and other pertinent information. Also, I would note if you are not testifying but have an online position comment to submit, the legislative policy is that all comments for the record must be received by the committee by 8 a.m. the day of the hearing. Any handouts submitted by testifiers will also be included as part of the record as exhibits. We would ask if you do have any handouts that you please bring 10 copies and give them to the page. We use a light system for testifying. Each testifier will have 3 to 5 minutes to testify, depending on the number of testifiers per bill. When you begin, the light will be green. When the light turns yellow, that means you have 1 minute left. When the light turns red, it is time to end your testimony, and we will ask that you wrap up your final thoughts. When you come up to testify, please begin by stating your name clearly into the microphone and then spell both your first and last name. The hearing on each bill will begin with the introducer's opening statement. After the opening statement, we will hear from supporters of the bill, then from those in opposition, followed by those speaking in a neutral capacity. The introducer of the bill will then be given the opportunity to make closing statements if they wish to do so. On a side note, the reading of testimony that is not your own is not allowed unless previously approved. And we do have a strict no prop policy in this committee. So with that, we will begin today's hearing with LB 1381, which is my bill. And then I will hand it over to Senator Walz, if you could, to be the chair.
Oh, okay. Oh, gosh. I wasn't ready for this.
Just if you want, that's fine.
Okay.
Letters for the record on mine. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. Welcome, Chairman Hansen.
Thank you. And good afternoon, members of the HHS committee. My name is Ben Hansen. That's BENHANSEN. I represent Legislative District 16, and we'll be talking about LB 1381 today. LB 1381 is about helping able-bodied welfare recipients get back to work. Our economy, our budget and tax revenues, and most importantly, those who find themselves in difficult situations will benefit from the changes my bill will make for those who receive SNAP. We can help those who are ages 16 to 59 that are able-bodied and capable of successfully holding employment attain the power of self-sufficiency. LB 1381 also ensures our welfare programs are thriving and effective. This is a common sense bill with 3 parts, and none of them are all that new. In fact, Idaho passed a bill almost identical to this one just last year because they're dealing with a lot of the same workforce issues that we are seeing here. The 3 parts make sure Nebraska has a statewide work requirement for all able-bodied adults on food stamps who can and should be working. First, it codifies our states across the board work requirements for able-bodied adults without dependents. We already have a statewide work requirement for that group now, but this ensures that we keep one. Other agencies in other states have waived the work requirement without the legislature even ever knowing. We should prevent that in Nebraska, and this bill does just that. States like Kansas, Missouri, Arkansas, and Florida have also codified this practice into law. Second, even if the department doesn't waive the work requirement under federal law, they are allowed to use discretionary exemptions or no good cause exemptions that let able-bodied adults get out of work free. They don't qualify for an exemption. They don't have a good cause to not comply. That's its own exemption, but the department can exempt them anyway. The department has a stockpile of more than 85,000 such exemptions that could be used to exempt the entire population of able-bodied adults without dependents in Nebraska from the work requirement for months if it wants to. This bill closes that loophole. And again, not a new reform. Other states have done this, such as Arkansas, which passed a bill to this effect 2 years ago, and Kansas already has this provision in their statutes. Third, and most importantly, it expands Nebraska's work requirement to include more able-bodied adults. We already fund an employment and training program to get folks back to work, but we don't make it mandatory. Instead, participation is voluntary. And of 17,000 people who would be eligible, the department has 186 participants for the year. Let me repeat, 186 participants out of 17,000. This is important because that is the only way we can require able-bodied adults between 15 to 60 and able-bodied adults with school-age kids to work, train, or volunteer part-time. Otherwise, there is no work requirement for them, even with the first two parts of the bill. This bill makes participation mandatory for all able-bodied adults on food stamps who don't have small kids. They've either got to work or participate in this program. And by the way, participation will still be low because people will work instead. Texas already does this, and out of the folks required to participate or work, only some of them participate. The rest either work or end up leaving the program because their income goes up, which is a good thing. We need these reforms. Nebraska has a workforce shortage crisis. There are help wanted signs everywhere. There are 61,000 open jobs in Nebraska, and there are around 30,000 able-bodied adults without young dependents on food stamps. All of us are here because we worked. We know our communities are built around work. None of this, including spending on welfare programs, can happen without work. This legislation taps into Nebraska's natural work ethic and makes sure these programs prioritize the truly needy. I am working with DHHS to come up with an amendment that makes sure the department can handle the demand and that exemptions comply with federal regulations. But let me remind you that the employment and training options provided by the collaboration between the Department of Labor and DHHS are proven to be helpful. Why wouldn't we want to help people? Of the last 1,082 individuals who received training, 46 have made visible advances in life. 227 of them were able to get off food SNAP entirely and get back to their feet, while 194 of them were able to annual income by $15,000. And that's a substantial amount. The training and employment options provided through LB 1381 would help people with bus passes, background checks, car repairs, driver's license, uniforms, childcare, skills trainings, tuition books, and the list continues. This is valuable for not only those who enroll, but also an advantage to their families. To ignore this resource and to say that LB 1381 is problematic is to say that you don't want actions to be taken that will promote growth, success, and productive options for those who can benefit from our help. Let's give Nebraskans this assistance to advance and achieve the ability to succeed. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? I don't see any.
I'll stick around for closing.
All right, sounds good. I just want to give a reminder to testifiers that there's a 3-minute time limit. See the yellow light, it means you have 1 minute left. And then when you see the red light, it's time to make your closing remarks. So I'll call for any proponents to the bill. Hi.
Senator Walz, thank you very much. Members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Roy Leonardson, ROYLENARDSON, and I'm a visiting fellow at the Opportunity Solutions Project. We're a nonprofit organization dedicating to helping folks get back to work, from welfare to work. I'm here today to support LB 1381. It's a great piece of pro-work legislation that would help people on food stamps become self-sufficient and preserve benefits for those who truly need them. I thought Senator Hansen did a great job articulating all the details of the bill. It's in my testimony, and the links and sources and some handouts are coming around now on that. I'll talk just more philosophically why we support this type of legislation. We very simply believe that work is a miracle, that the food on your table, the clothes on your back, and the roof over your head were bought and built by work. And then when folks go to work, it's more than just a paycheck. It's about dignity, and it's about a sense of purpose in your community. And so whenever we can be in a state and work with folks to make sure that people have the opportunity to go back to work, we think that that's a good thing. The other thing that we really like about this bill in particular is it says to your Department of Labor, your Department of Health and Human Services, we're not going to just ask you to replenish EBT cards. We're not going to ask you just to mail people EBT cards. We're going to engage with you one-on-one. We're going to be involved in your success. We're going to help you be successful, and we can do whatever we can to make sure that you're enjoying the life in Nebraska that you should. And so I think it's a very important distinction as departments change the way they do business, where they become advocates for individuals as opposed to processors for government programs. It changes their outlook, and it's been a tremendously effective program. It was mentioned, the senator mentioned some of the states that do that, Texas, Idaho, Florida. I will just note that the results have been pretty amazing. In the first year, folks that are on these types of programs, their incomes double. In the third year, their incomes triple. Most of them move off of food stamps and engage and are back in society as folks who are members of your community. So it's not about just higher incomes. It's re-engaging with your communities, getting skills and connections, and building a foundation for the American dream for years to come. America is a great country because it was built. It was built by hard work, as folks in Nebraska well know. So we believe LB 1381 will lift thousands of Nebraskans out of dependency and put them one step closer to experiencing the American dream. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions that I can.
Thank you so much. Questions from the committee? Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here. One of the questions I have is if a person is working in this particular area and happen to not be working at the time, are they required or expected then? I guess required would be the question here. Are they required to take any other piece of work, or are they allowed to say, no, not until I find something that's in my quote unquote, whatever they consider their area of skill?
Yes, Madam Chairman, if I may, Senator,
Yeah.
That's the great thing about this program and what they found. For example, I'll use Utah as a specific example. Lots of rural areas in Utah and in Texas as well. There are tremendous online virtual programs. I'm sure your Department of Labor runs those programs as Health and Human Services. So for folks who want to change their skills, if there's not employment immediately available, they have that option, and that counts as well in the employment and training effort. In addition to that, they're working to help people develop skills and to train their skills so they can find. So it's a very flexible program. Some of it even involve just the basics, which your Department of Labor does very well throughout the state, which is a new resume, skills, interviewing, job assessment, what other types of work. So it's really a hands-on process that would work much better. And it's I wouldn't say it's disappointing. The problem with a voluntary program is if you only have 186 folks participating, there's lots of folks that are missing out on the opportunity. So,
Yes, Senator Reapy.
Follow-up question. That would be is what makes this uniquely different than other programs we've had to try to help people find work in an environment that's there are a number of jobs? What makes your program different? What makes this program different? Unique?
well, this is a program that has existed in Nebraska for 50 years. You guys have engaged in this specific program, helping get folks back to work, and it's been very successful for the folks that take the programs. I think from our perspective, you have a program that works. We're hoping to codify it and encourage and make it not voluntary, but mandatory to get those folks back to work. I will also say that your department has a thing called good cause exemptions. If it's in geographically isolated areas or rural areas without jobs, they are allowed to grant waivers for folks like that and exclude them from the program.
So are you telling me LB 1318 is basically a change from voluntary to mandatory? Boom.
Three things, yeah, Madam Chairman, three things. That's one of them. In addition to that, this program also looks at expanding the program to include folks whose kids are now in school. It does not do that now. And also expanding it from the ages, I think now it starts at 52. You don't have to do it. I think this changes it from 53 to up to age 59.
Okay.
So it expands that, which is about, I think that's the 17, 18,000 number, make up a lot of that
That's what I was
population.
looking for. Thank you, Chair.
Mhm. Other questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thank you so much for being here today. Next proponent. Any opponents?
Thank you, members of the Health and Human Service Committee. My name is Katie Nungesser, spelled Katie Nungesser. I'm I'm here representing Voices for Children. We are opposed to 1381 as a costly, ineffective, and harmful approach to addressing SNAP benefits and work requirements. It creates unnecessary barriers to food access without addressing the root causes of unemployment. There is no credible evidence suggesting that receiving SNAP benefit is discouraging Nebraskans, unemployed adults from seeking employment. Instead, this bill is risking stripping essential SNAP benefits from some of the most vulnerable Nebraskans, including children. We are particularly concerned about the children residing in Thurston County on the Winnebago and Omaha reservations. This bill does prevent Nebraska DHHS from utilizing any waivers for work requirements. Current law provides state agencies with discretionary exemptions, recognizing the unique challenges faced by individuals in specific regions such as Thurston County. Nebraska currently is using that in Thurston County and also for anyone in the Winnebago or Omaha reservations due to a lack of sufficient jobs in the area. Native Americans living in Thurston County are facing higher than average unemployment rates that are attributed in part to the rural location and the economic disadvantages of the reservations. 2020 census data reveals that half of all residents in Macy are children, and Winnebago children make up over 60% of the population. The median income in these areas is under $21,000 per year, and almost 60% of kids living in those areas are under the poverty line. We are urging you to consider the devastating impact of the kids in Thurston County and other economically disadvantaged areas. Maintaining DHHS's ability to make informed decisions on waivers is imperative. Waivers have proven to be a vital tool for our state, ensuring Nebraskans have equitable access to SNAP. It's important to note that in every state in the U.S. except for one, waivers have been utilized at some point, often for Native American reservations. States must provide a detailed evidence of high unemployment rates and adhere to rigorous standards set by the USDA. Waivers represent a proactive strategy for our state to address unique challenges and ensure that our citizens, regardless of their location, have the support they need to feed their families. I spent over a decade as part of the on-the-ground SNAP outreach efforts across the state. In my experience, DHS does tend to err on the side of all adults being able to maintain employment, even if they truly can't. This leaves many Nebraskans incorrectly labeled and losing their food benefits. The process is hard to navigate, and many applicants don't know how to fight for their case to get corrected. A saving grace for these families had been the exemption in the current rules for families and children. This bill removes that and puts up more barriers and puts kids at risk of losing SNAP. Not a single Nebraska child should go to bed hungry or wake up uncertain where they will get their next meal. SNAP plays a vital role in addressing family food insecurity, and limiting access with additional work requirements for parents would lead to more hungry children, not fewer. For these reasons, we're strongly urging you not to move forward with LB 1381. We ask you to trust the current work requirements that are in place and trust Nebraska DHHS to operate the exemption process as it exists. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? I don't see any. Thanks for being here today. Next opponent.
Good afternoon, Chair Hansen. I just have that programmed, I guess. So Chair Walz and the members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Alicia Christensen, ALICIA-CHRISTENSEN. I'm Director of Policy and Advocacy at Together, an Omaha organization serving our neighbors who face housing and food insecurity. I think we can all agree that with more than enough food to go around, none of our neighbors should live in hunger as they work to gain self-sufficiency. SNAP is an incredibly effective program that reduces participants' food insecurity by up to 30%. I found it hard to write my testimony because LB 1381 runs counter to the reality that the statistics certainly show us. Only 8% of all Nebraskans are on SNAP. The work rates for households that are participating in SNAP is about the same as the rates of work among households that don't participate in SNAP. It's 83% for SNAP participants and 87% for non-participating households. And it also runs counter to an increasing body of strong evidence that indicates removing conditions on assistance is the most effective way to address poverty and food insecurity. Numerous pilot projects have provided participants cash payments, no strings attached, and reject the harmful and false assumption that people experiencing poverty don't want to work. Studies analyzing the outcomes of these products found them to be successful and have documented improved economic security, nutrition, school attendance, and child safety, with positive spillover effects within the community. While I understand Nebraska may not be ready to in a no strings attached cash assistance program, we can still draw on this growing evidence to see that the more requirements and less flexibility is moving us in the wrong direction. After all, most SNAP participants work, and there's little to no evidence that mandatory EMT programs improve employment options, because this one-size-fits-all policy is not appropriate for the diverse array of individuals participating in SNAP, from teenagers to people approaching retirement. So we all want to live in a state where every family has enough food to eat, and SNAP is a key component in making this a reality. I asked this committee to oppose LB 1381 because its proposed policies undermine Nebraska's SNAP program and take us further from the food security we envision. I can answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you. Questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Any other opponents? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Senator Walz and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. As the Health Policy Analyst at Open Sky Policy Institute, my name is Rasna Sethi. That's RASNASETHI. And I'm here to testify in opposition of LB 1381 because numerous studies have shown that work requirements on safety net programs are costly and highly ineffective. The structure of work requirement programs in and of themselves is temporary, as they prioritize securing an immediate, often low-wage job for participants. A 2015 pilot program in 10 states, including Kansas and Illinois, implemented mandatory SNAP education and training. The results of this pilot showed that work-based learning programs did not lead to permanent employment. Rather, mandatory implementation led to challenges with service delivery that reduced participation engagement and increasing administrative burden relating to noncompliance and sanctioning participants. Additionally, economic evidence indicates that the majority of SNAP recipients who can already do work, although often in a low-wage position that may be seasonal, hourly, or have unpredictable result in the cycling in and out of SNAP eligibility. Many recipients, especially those in rural communities, face barriers to work, such as reliable transportation. Ultimately, these requirements push individuals out of eligibility for SNAP rather than improving economic mobility and labor participation. Finally, a case study in Virginia found a significant drop in SNAP enrollment with no real economic boost in job creation and retention following the implementation of work requirements. Work requirements there also failed to increase employment or earnings 18 months after participation in the program. Working age adults without children were only earning about, at most, an additional $28 per month, whether or not they lost their benefits with the resumption of work requirements in Virginia. If removed from SNAP, these people typically took a loss of $189 in benefits per month. Work requirements are ineffective and don't justify the increased administrative burden that would place not only SNAP beneficiaries, but also the Department of Health and Human Services. According to the fiscal note, if expanded, the SNAP EMT program would cost the department $1.9 million in fiscal year 25 and $2.7 million in fiscal year 26, significantly increasing the cost of administering the program in the state of Nebraska. For these reasons, Open Sky Policy Institute opposes LB 1381. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate it.
All right, have a good one.
Anyone else here in opposition to 1381? Welcome.
Hi. My name is Grace Jacobson, spelled GraceJacobson. And I'm here as a disabled member of the community to advocate on behalf of myself and friends who are also disabled in the community against this bill. Many of us who are disabled and can barely make ends meet don't even qualify for SNAP if we are able to work. I've gone weeks where I've only had rice and mayonnaise for all of my meals because I cannot afford food due to paying for medications, various expenses such as doctor's appointments, physical therapy, and other healthcare related items. The fact that people think those on SNAP are not already working to the greatest ability they have is very frustrating, because everyone I know who is able-bodied and on SNAP is working. The only people I know who aren't working, at least part-time, are disabled people or full-time caregivers to people such as children or other disabled individuals. I apologize, I'm kind of rambly. I didn't know if I could even make it to this hearing because I had to leave work during my lunch break to come and speak to you. It's very frustrating just knowing that people want work requirements. The other issue with work requirements is, as a disabled person, there's a lot of jobs I cannot do. I appear able-bodied. I appear neurotypical. I seem to be put together, able to work, able to do everything. I can't. I cannot stand for long periods of time. I get flustered and become unable to articulate my speech due to cataplexy. And again, I am doing as much work as I possibly can, but finding employers that will accommodate my disabilities is nearly impossible. At this point, I am self-employed, which is an extreme privilege that most people cannot afford to do. So I ask that this body really take into consideration the fact that we are working. And even those of us who are working, we're not making do. We're not making ends meet. So taking away SNAP from those who make even less than I do, that's just disaster. I don't want anyone else to have to survive off of rice and mayonnaise if they even have that for 2 weeks straight because they have to decide between their medication and their food. And that's all I have to say. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1381? Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Interim Chair Hardin, members of the committee. My name is Ken Smith. I'm the director of the Economic Justice Program at Nebraska Appleseed. We're strongly opposed to LB 1381, which essentially I think does two things. It strips away our state agency's ability to claim certain valuable waivers that have been critical tools in fighting hunger across our state. It also makes our voluntary SNAP ENT program a mandatory SNAP ENT program. Both of these objectives are harmful. Stripping DHHS of the ability to use temporary and limited work requirement waivers removes an important tool that we have to fight hunger, particularly in times of high unemployment. The waiver option was designed to permit states to seek waivers in areas where jobs were not available. To qualify for a waiver, states have to provide evidence of high unemployment in local areas that meets rigorous standards set forth by the USDA. In general, taking away flexibilities that we can use at our discretion to fight hunger during economic downturns is a bad policy idea. This becomes even more evident when you consider who specifically this bill would hurt. I think as another testifier noted, since federal waivers were created by Congress in the late 90s, Nebraska has only utilized these waivers to help alleviate hunger in Thurston County and on the Omaha and Winnebago reservations, which have experienced much higher unemployment rates than in the rest of the state. The other major change proposed in this bill is to go to a mandatory SNAP ENT program. That's not only a misguided policy idea, it would be virtually impossible to administer without a significant appropriation of state funds. And to be clear, several states, including Nebraska, as you heard, implement voluntary ENT programs, which are very valuable. We actually worked alongside DHHS extensively to expand Nebraska's voluntary SNAP ENT programming between 2016 and 2019 through the use of third-party partners. Third-party partners being community-based organizations that can contract with the state to provide employment and training programming. DHHS gravitated towards this third-party partnership model in large part because they just didn't have the capacity to offer meaningful statewide ENT programming on their own. It's our understanding that even with some expansions that may have happened since 2019, that capacity is still limited. A mandatory immediately overwhelm our existing infrastructure. Participation would be very hard for people who do live within the limited service areas we have, and it would be impossible for those who don't. Even if imposing this was plausible, it would still be a bad idea. There is an unmistakable shift for states across the country that have tried this and are moving away from it in droves. At least 18 states have transitioned away from mandatory programs. 42 states have voluntary programs. The reason that they're moving away from it is because they cost a lot of money. States end up emptying their coffers on enforcement and oversight and federal compliance, where they could just be spending that money on training and employment initiatives. The weight of the evidence from looking across the country shows that this is a bad idea. I see my light has turned on, so I will stop there, and I'm certainly willing to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Any questions, Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you. Would you want to finish what you were saying?
Yes, that'd be great. I was saying that mandatory E&T programs force states to spend resources on extensive monitoring enforcement. Those should be spent on education and training. We should learn from states who are jettisoning these mandatory programs and avoid dumping our own dollars into a similar failing program. And lastly, others have touched on this as well, but we don't need a mandatory SNAP E&T program because we already have and enforce work requirements for SNAP participants with stricter rules that apply to able-bodied adults without dependents. In closing, we oppose this because it would strip away our ability to use a critical anti-hunger tool when the need is highest. It would exacerbate food insecurity in communities across the state with a particularly harsh impact on Native populations. It would derail our current productive, smaller scale voluntary E&T program and replace it with a costly, ineffective, and impossible to administer mandatory one. And in general, it would just move us several steps backwards as we, the other testifiers here, so many others across the state are trying to move us forwards in fighting food insecurity in Nebraska.
Thank you. Any additional questions?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Smith, for finishing your thoughts.
Mhm.
So you said that I think it was 42 states have this as a voluntary program, as does Nebraska currently.
That's
And was it 18 states have transitioned away from mandatory? What states still have the mandatory? What are the 8 states that still have the mandatory, if you know?
I know that Utah is one of them. I know that Kansas has a split voluntary and mandatory system. I think Utah might be the only one that has a purely mandatory E&T program. I couldn't off the top of my head tell you those other ones. I do have that information. I could send it to you.
Okay, I'm just curious because this a previous testifier had a list of states that have mandatory versus those that don't, and it says that states that have not implemented the work requirement it lists only 3 states, but it sounds like 42 states have no mandatory work requirements.
As of the last USDA state options report showed that there are 42 states that run a voluntary E&T program, only 1 state, Utah, that runs a fully mandatory program. And then I'm bad at math, 7, 8, 42, 7 states that have a sort of hybrid mandatory voluntary.
Okay,
Sure.
I think Senator Day, I'll let her jump in.
We'll go ahead and
Yeah,
then
no,
finish your reading. I insist,
we'll
and
fight
then we'll
about
come
it.
back to Senator Day in a moment. Go ahead.
I will reserve my questions. They might get answered.
Okay, great. Senator Day.
Thank you, Chairman Hardin, and thank you for being here. So I just need to clarify. So I think, and I certainly don't want to misspeak on behalf of Mr. Leonardson, who was a proponent of this bill. I thought I heard him say that in rural areas or you were referring to these native areas, reservations, where there's not as great of access to job opportunities, the waivers would still be available. But you're saying that this bill would eliminate the opportunity for DHHS to utilize those waivers. Is that correct?
100% correct. This
Okay.
bill specifically cites the federal statute that gives states that ability and says that we are prohibited from making use of that.
So no waivers would be available for any of those areas, including the reservations, which have been, as I understand it, the ones that have utilized these waivers the most often.
Yeah, and I should be clear about sort of the purpose of the waivers, when SNAP was being designed, there was a discussion about, so we have SNAP. In order to get SNAP, we are mandating that states run these work requirements. But what do we do when work is not available, when there's some sort of economic crisis, when people can't get jobs no matter how hard they look? And this was the answer. The answer was, well, if in a state there is some kind of economic crisis, there can be county-specific data that states submit to the USDA to say, look, in this area of the state, the unemployment rate is at, the employment prospects are virtually zero. So we shouldn't be just kicking people off for not being able to, temporarily not being able to meet those requirements. So Nebraska has on a few occasions gone to the USDA, sought a waiver on behalf of Thurston County because, for those reasons, and that waiver was granted. The last time that happened, I think, was in 2013.
Okay.
But yeah, that and you heard a discussion about these other discretionary exemptions, but all of the ability for our state to exercise that flexibility would be eliminated by this bill.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. So thank you for that answer, because I was wondering why it was specific to the Winnebago tribe in Thurston County. And so it is because it's based on census data. And historically, there's no other instance of any other area in Nebraska receiving this waiver.
That's correct. So even though I think we would say that there were certainly other instances where very likely portions of our state were, suffering from, economic conditions that would merit the waiver, that the use of that waiver has been very, very limited. Obviously, very pleased that at least in the past the state has extended those flexibilities to Thurston County. But yes, to answer your question, that is the only area that been the benefit of those waivers.
Are we currently using that waiver for Thurston County?
No.
So it's not being utilized at all currently.
The waivers that are being utilized are the discretionary ABOT exemptions. So there's two different types of waivers. You can go to the USDA and say, here's a portion of the state that's having a hard time, and so we want to temporarily exempt them. The USDA grants those, I think, on a 12-month basis. You can also use a small number of waivers. This was the stockpile that we heard about earlier of these discretionary exemptions. Our understanding is the state stopped asking the USDA for the Thurston County waivers, I think 10 years ago, and has been using just a small handful of these discretionary exemptions in Thurston County to sort of take the place of what the USDA is doing. But to be very clear, both of those tools under this bill as it's currently written would no longer be an option.
So the tool that they are currently using in place of the Thurston County waiver, we'll call it the Thurston County waiver, or I will, would also be eliminated under this.
That's right.
Okay. And not for you to speak on behalf of the state, but you did work with the state on this. Does the state use the current waiver that they do because is it a more flexible waiver? Is it easier for the state to obtain? Why are we using that waiver versus the previous Thurston County waiver?
Again, without speaking for them, my guess would be that a waiver to exempt a geographic area requires that sort of analysis of like county unemployment rates and so on. The small collection of discretionary exemptions that the agency has, I don't think goes through that same process.
Okay, thank you.
Senator Walz.
Thank you. So you brought up the money piece, and I started to look at the fiscal note. Have you seen the fiscal note?
I have seen the fiscal note.
So who funds the SNAP program? Where does the funding come from?
The federal government funds the SNAP program.
100%.
Excuse me. In general, and this was part of the fun of working on the ENT program, is unpacking all the complexities of federal funding, which I know you all also wrestle with. But So in general, the federal government funds 100% of SNAP benefits. The state is on the hook for 50% of its administrative funds. ENT funding is sort of a microcosm of that. So there are what's called 100% grant funding under ENT. And that's, when I was working with the state, it was roughly, I think, like $300,000 of just federal funds that would come to the state for ENT programming. If there were administrative costs that exceeded that, the state could pull down a 50% reimbursement for those costs. So ENT sort of functions in the same way that SNAP funding generally does, where there's a 100% federal funding and then there's a 50% match for administrative costs.
Okay. It looks like if we were to expand this program, that we would need an additional 16 workforce coordinators, 2 additional program coordinators. The fiscal note that I'm looking at, total cost, and maybe I'm not correct here, but total cost in 2024, 2025 would be $1,964,000. And then in 2025, 2026, the total cost to implement this new program would be $2,750,000. Am I on the right track there? If we were to implement this program, is that what we're looking at?
So I have had time to read the fiscal note. I'm not sure I could. So I think I have questions about whether that's all we would need. I think what you just described is definitely my reading of the fiscal note as it stands. But trying to project this means we're trying to figure out the cost of expanding services outside of existing service areas to different parts of the state to make services accessible to a portion of the population that's kind of hard to like specifically pin down. We know that there's 17,000 work registrants. We know how many people are currently on ENT, but the number of people who under this would be required to then go find ENT programming could and will change. And so this also, and I did have a chance to catch up with the senator and his staff briefly before this hearing. And there was talk about sort of, and I think there's mention about the SNAP Next Step program, which involves both ENT and a collaboration between the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Labor. So there was some question about how this could also be like a two supported endeavor. And my question is whether the fiscal note accounts for that, if that's what they were thinking or not. But in any event, what you said is, I think, my reading of the fiscal note, but I just have questions about how we can really kind of pin down at this point the full cost of a mandatory ENT program, given all of those kind of complexities.
Thank you.
I have a question, and I apologize before I ask my question. I was out presenting a bill to some terrible committee down the hall. And anyway, while I was gone, so forgive me if I'm asking about something that's already been discussed. Big picture shows the Department of Labor that essentially passes this money through, and then our Department of Health and Human Services essentially creates a receiving mechanism. Is that kind of how it works?
So we're dealing with, in this bill, it's dealing with SNAP employment and training. SNAP ENT resources are passed from the federal government to...
Through the DOL?
Nope.
No DOL?
No DOL.
Okay.
Just from the federal government to the state of Nebraska to Department of Health and Human Services to administer ENT. The Department of Labor gets funding under WIOA to do all sorts of other wonderful things with workforce training and employment initiatives.
Okay.
And so that's what we're talking about, 2 separate streams of federal funding going to 2 separate agencies that then collaborate, because there is some overlap certainly between an interest in folks on SNAP accessing employment and training initiatives, which we are all very interested in, and the workforce work that DOL is doing. And so my point in the fiscal note context was just that I wasn't sure whether or to what extent that type of like by agency collaboration was captured in the cost estimate.
That's helpful for me. Thank you. Did you say a moment ago there are 17,000 exempt workers?
No, there are 17,000, roughly 17,000 is the average number of participants mandatory for basic and ABOD work requirements between July and December of last year. So basically, the number of folks on SNAP that would be sort of subject to the requirements, work requirements and mandatory ENT if they're not meeting those work requirements.
Is there such a thing as a non-exempt worker within this realm? I mean, how does that work?
I'm not sure I understand.
We've got the exempt workers. I'm wondering, is there a non-exempt category as well?
Yeah, so I think if you look at just everybody on SNAP falls into either exempt or non-exempt.
Okay.
So there are a number of things that could exempt you from work requirements. And so I think the number is sort of getting at the non-exempt population.
Okay, the non-exempt.
Mhm.
All right. Do we know approximately how much money is there for that non-exempt, and how big is that non-exempt population you just referenced? I'm just trying to get a sense of the scope of things.
And again, I think it changes over time, but the snapshot here referenced fiscal note is between July to December of 2023. The sort of non-exempt category would be about 17,000 people.
So the 17,000 is the non-exempt.
Those are the folks that have to comply with work requirements.
Okay. All right. I appreciate it. Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none? Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition to LB 1381? Come on down. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Hardin and Health and Human Service Committee. It's an honor to be here on behalf of the Nebraska Commission on Indian Affairs to oppose 1380. Ms. Judy Gosh-Kabosh. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Commission on Indian Affairs. My name is spelled J-U-D-I, Gosh-Kabosh, G-A-I-A-S-H-K-I-B-O-S. I have been the Director of the Commission on Indian Affairs for 27 years. My office is up on the 6th floor of the state capitol. So I've had a lot of opportunity experience working with our tribal nations. And I rise in opposition to this bill based on the previous testifier. I was a little late getting here, so I don't know who testified prior to that, but there are many reasons why I don't think this is a good bill to, mainly for me, for the Indian Commission, it's the negative impact to our tribal nations who are the most vulnerable. And they are the ones that you heard referenced that the waivers were used for. And it's been some time, but that would be eliminated through this bill. So based on that, that's number one. Number two, I don't know how many of you senators have actually visited our tribal lands, which are somewhat remote and isolated. I do believe Senator Day visited this summer with the State Tribal Committee Chair and Senator Raybould. And when you go to our tribal lands, the Omaha Nation, the Winnebago, and Santee Sioux, you see that there isn't available to them many places to work other than working for the tribe in government. Like myself, I work for the state, and you have governments to keep your state functioning. So beyond that, there are no private business ventures. There isn't a McDonald's. There, all the places where our young children go, students go to work, and for adults work. There aren't a lot of businesses, factories, etc. So many of the people don't have an option. They're limited by virtue of their tribal placement on these, what we call grass prisons, where we were put intentionally to give us zero opportunities to kill the Indian, save the man, and make us be servant labor, if at best. So that, and also on the reservations, there aren't grocery stores. And if there are, most of it, it's a food desert. There are frozen pizzas and all the things that contribute to underlying risk factors for people in poverty. Recently, the Omaha tribe, through the Career Academy, has had this really awesome garden that is providing fruits and vegetables for their people. But most of the tribal members are limited to what they can buy. They mostly would have to drive to Walmart in Sioux City. And again, to get a job off reservation, you have to have a car and be able to have childcare, et cetera, go to those places. And much of the tribal diet is dependent upon USDA commodities. Those have improved over the years, but still it is somewhat limited to what our tribal people call eating too much of the box cheese like Velveeta, et cetera. You end up having a commod bod, which is not desirable. And I am so blessed and fortunate that I can go to a variety of grocery stores. And so for those reasons, I see my red light is on. I just want to say that I think this is detrimental and it's short-sighted, and other states are gravitating away from this type of federal policy that is being brought down to our states. And I also was about DHHS's willingness to execute under these conditions. So I would be happy to answer any questions, and I do hope that this doesn't move out of your committee to the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions, committee, Senator Kavanaugh.
Well, I actually want to answer the question you put to us and to any of the reservations in Nebraska. I have visited every reservation in South Dakota where my husband is from, but I have been remiss in visiting those tribal lands here in Nebraska, so I will have to make a point of it to see exactly what you are speaking about. Though, based on my experience in South Dakota, it sounds that it is not too much different from the resources that are available. And so I thank you for coming here and sharing with us the struggles of the Winnebago people specifically.
Thank you, and I do hope you will visit, because there are good things that are happening.
There are.
There really are. And right now, you know, we have a bill before one of the committees requesting clean water for our tribal nations. And a lot of people don't know that in Nebraska, our tribal citizens have to use bottled water, and they have to get, you know, big flats of that each week so that the tribal members have clean water. And that's costly. I believe they said like $7,000 a week to buy all that water. So we hope that we can get some resolution on that as well this legislative session for our first pupils.
Yes.
You know, we're going to have a Standing Bear movie coming out in a couple of years here to our state, and it's going to shine the light. And we want to be truth tellers and celebrate our first people. And that generates the sleeping giant ecotourism, and people will want to go to the homelands of the Ponca and the Santee. And when they go there, if they see this and learn this, Friday there are 18 countries coming to the building per the State Department that I'm going to speak to. And they are going to the Winnebago Reservation on Saturday to see what Indigenous peoples are doing. And Ho-Chunk Inc. has done amazing things over there, but they still have half of the people are unemployed and in poverty, even with Lance Morgan's brilliance with Ho-Chunk Inc. So I hope that we, Nebraska, can think about what message are we sending out to the international people about what we're doing here in our state with our first peoples.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Reed.
I will attest. I have been on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. We were trying to do, with Children's Hospital, trying to do a pediatric program there at the hospital. And you're right, there aren't a lot of opportunities, at least that I saw on my visit concerning.
Yes, they do have a Pizza Hut at Pine Ridge and a coffee shop. That's nice, but the grocery store is very much frozen things and not fresh vegetables and lean meats. And if there are, they're so expensive. The tribal members can't afford it. And then to drive, now that White Clay is closed down, there is a grocery store there, and there's a dollar store. And many communities now are really depending on dollar stores, and they provide more affordable things, but a lot of that is processed, not so good.
I think they're now $1.25. So
Yes, they have risen to that. So
thank you for being here.
thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, we appreciate it. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1380? Welcome.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Harden and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Randy Scott. I'm a registered lobbyist appearing today on behalf of the Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska in opposition to LB 1381 with a letter I'd like to read, if I may. The letter is being passed out now, and as you will see, it does have contact information for our Human Services Department tribal member who will be able to answer many, many questions. There's been a lot of good discussion already to our concerns. But the Winnebago tribe is opposed to the provisions of LB 1381. It would eliminate SNAP waiver options and mandate SNAP employment and training, which are bad policies for Nebraska SNAP. And in Winnebago, we have many families struggle to find employment due to the community being in a rural area. As we've discussed, there's limited jobs locally, as well as a lack of access to reliable transportation and affordable childcare. The Winnebago Tribe of Nebraska is working to alleviate these problems and build a local economy, but these changes to the SNAP program will have a negative impact on our families. This legislation would have a detrimental impact on the health and well-being of families and children in our community. Thank you for your time and attention. I can attempt to answer questions.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? I'm not seeing any.
All right, well, thank you.
Thank you, we appreciate it. The next person in opposition to LB 1381. Hi.
Hi, my name is Magie Miller-Jenkins, Maghiemillerjenkins, long name. I'm here representing myself in opposition to LB 1381. First of all, happy Black History Month. Second of all, shame on all the senators bringing such hate-filled doctrine to the table during Black History, Black Heritage Month. I'm in direct opposition of this because it is a continuation of colonization. I'm in direct opposition to this because my family has already paid blood, bones, and tears for this state, and we haven't received much back. I'm in opposition to this because we have already stolen land, stolen food, stolen heritage and language, and now we're trying to continue stealing more from our most disadvantaged human beings. My son came here last night and asked a really important question. Why are we devoting time and attention to a bill like this? Why is this hitting the floor? Why is a 10-year-old being able to notice how hateful some of y'all choose to be? Why do you not notice? Why do you guys not engage each other in a way that makes y'all more human? I don't understand. It's extremely frustrating and disheartening to walk in these halls and see each of you walking through the halls and have decent conversations with so many of you, and then turn around and watch your reaction to some of these bills. This is hate-fueled doctrine. This is something that is an attempt for colonization to finish the job that it started in eliminating those that they don't want to hear from. What's the best way to kill a people? Starve them out. What's the best way to kill a society? Kill the educational system. Deny the children the right to have real education about how we got here. We stole this land. We genocided the people on it. We are trying to continue that process with bills like 1381, and shame on all of the proponents for this bill, and shame on each and every senator that signs on to something like this and that brings forth hate-fueled doctrine for us to have to be pain-filled and continue to come here and speak to you every single day and keep you accountable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1381? Welcome.
Hello. So I'm Holly Smith, and that's HOLLYSMITH. And I guess I wanted to tell you guys a little bit about me, I guess. I started working when I was 15, and it was a family-run business. I won't name the business because they are very well known here. But the family there was interesting, to say the least. And I got sexually harassed there. And when I brought it up to the family, the father said, boys will be boys. And the mom tried to punish the son. But that same son held a knife to my throat in the kitchen where there were no cameras. And again, I was 15, so I thought no one would believe me. It's hard for me to work because of that. I've been sexually harassed at almost every job I've worked at. And I've been threatened to be raped at multiple jobs. So forcing somebody to work when they have problems working is so disrespectful. And that's all I gotta say. So thank you.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah, I always forget about the questions. Second time testifying, by the way.
I'm not seeing any questions, but thank you for being here. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1381? Anyone else? 1381. Anyone in the neutral for LB 1381? Seeing none, Senator Hansen, will you close? We have 5 proponent letters, 56 opponent letters, 2 neutral letters for 1381.
All right, thank you, Vice Chair. Just want to clear up a few things and some questions that were maybe asked in some of the testimony. Currently, Florida, Texas, Idaho, Maryland, North Dakota, Ohio, Oregon, Utah, Virginia, and Kansas all have mandatory ENT programs. And I believe there's 4 more in the process of legislation of doing the same. I believe that Kentucky, Tennessee, New Hampshire, and Arizona all have current bills that are going through the process of also introducing similar legislation. One of the things is this does not affect work requirements really, because they're already in place. There are already work requirements in place. This does not affect those at all. The only thing this does is if you are an able-bodied person able to work, this would require you to just take the training portion of it, education and training portion of it, which is varied. The DHHS and the Department of Labor both have multiple avenues for you to fulfill the education and training portion of it. And they're kind of throughout the entire state there as well. And from my understanding, the Department of Labor and DHHS both have the resources available to accomplish this. And some people mentioned that this was expensive. For instance, and I'm still trying to understand this number here. Texas, for instance, spends $29 million for 440,000 people, non-exempt work registrants. Florida spends $12 million for 133,000. We spent $2 million on 186 people. So the funding is there for this program. It's maybe not being used in the right way, I think, right now, because I'm still trying to figure out how we spend $2 million on 186 people. Exemptions. So some of the people that testified mentioned that they would not be eligible for SNAP anymore if this bill passes, but we are actually keeping all the federal exemptions in place. And actually there are more here, and we're including the federal regulations under CFR 273.7, which would include if you're in Social Security, if you're taking care of young children who are not school age, 6 years and younger, or an incapacitated person, if you're in student enrolled half-time, if you're participating in a rehabilitation program, or if we're physically or mentally unfit to work, you got an exemption. You're employed 30 hours a week. So there are multiple, there's pages of exemptions people can have for this program. So out of 157,000 people in Nebraska who are currently on SNAP, this would affect 17,000. The rest are not eligible. They do not fit into this bill. We're talking about 17,000 out of 157,000 people in Nebraska. Currently, DHHS and Department of Labor work with multiple entities, including Metro, throughout the state to help with the education portion of this. Those who are unable to work, you can actually still do volunteer work that would fit the criteria as the ENT. So this bill does not take anything away. It does not stop people's SNAP benefits. It's just telling us the 17,000 people who are able to work, excluding all the exemptions, we're giving you now the opportunities and the resources available to improve the outcomes of work. A few notes to I had here. Work requirements are implemented in many of these other states I mentioned before. Enrollees saw their incomes more than double. I think the department told us the average, like I mentioned in my opening, the average income increased by 15,000 when people enrolled in the ENT program, which is pretty significant. Even if Nebraskans can't find one of the 61,000 open jobs, they can comply by volunteering locally, which increases their skills, connections, and job opportunities. And for some who say this doesn't work, this bill, I'm just going to list off a few states that have implemented this. Arkansas, within 2 years of implementing work requirements, able-bodied childless adult enrollment dropped by 70%. Within 2 years of leaving welfare, Arkansans saw their incomes triple. Taxpayers saved $28 million annually. Florida, 2 years after implementing requirements, number of able-bodied adults on food stamps dropped by 94%. Mississippi fell by 72%. Missouri dropped by 85%. And all of them have increased their annual income and saved the taxpayers exponentially. So it has been shown to work in other states that have implemented this. So I was just hoping to respond to a few of the testimony and some of the questions and maybe hopefully clear some things up. And I'll do my best to answer any questions that people have.
Thank you. Any questions for Senator Hansen? Senator Day.
Okay, so you said that waivers are still allowed, but on page 6, line 30, there's underlined text that says, unless required by federal law, the department shall not seek, apply for, accept, or renew any waiver of work requirements established by the federal SNAP program. So
Yeah, and so that has to do with, and this is some of the stuff that we're including in our amendment that they were clearing up with the department about following federal regulations. So as they change, like work requirements with federal regulations and exemptions and waivers, we're following whatever the federal government does. So we're not going to be out of compliance. And some of this is what we're going to be addressing in our amendment. It says 7 USC 205 on the top page 7. We're actually going with the CFR because it was easier to do that. What those exemptions that I listed earlier. So some of that will change.
So then how would that affect the issues that were brought up by a few testifiers in terms of the tribal reservations?
From my understanding, I think they haven't had waivers in the last 10 years.
They haven't, but at some point they may need them. And so the state would need the flexibility to be able to apply for those waivers for those locations. And I think the major issue is that this would remove the ability to do so.
Okay, I think it still allows it, but I don't.
Okay.
This question I can get back to. I want to make sure I follow up, but I don't want to give you the wrong
That's
answer
fine.
or anything.
Okay.
Because that's a good question.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Senator Cavan.
Thank you. I had similar questions, but we had the testifier, Mr. Smith from Appleseed, who said, in my reading, I am not an attorney, but my reading of lines 30 through 31 on page 6 over to lines 1 through 3 on page 7, you are striking the waiver that was specific to the census data that hasn't been used since 2013, but also the other waiver that is being utilized by the Winnebago tribe is being struck here. And so my understanding from the opposition testimony, specifically your bill, is eliminating the ability of the tribal people to have any waiver from the work requirement. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I would rather clarify with DHS to make sure if that is what's happening in the bill or not before I answer
Is
that.
it your intention to have that be part of the bill?
I don't believe so.
You don't-
I would have to get back to you because I want to know the answer before I give you any other answers. I want to know what I'm talking about. And I don't want to give you the wrong answer and misspeak.
Well, my question to you is, what is the intention? Because it is clear from the testimony that at least the people who have reviewed this believe that this very much targets the Winnebago people.
Yep.
What is your intention?
My intention, from what I mentioned also just right now, is to get able-bodied people the resources and opportunities to get back to work with the ENT program by the Department of Labor and DHHS, and not to affect really certain waivers and anything else. So if that's what this is doing, that's something I'm gonna have to look at.
So are you willing to then work with the tribal people in ensuring that they can have the waivers that they need in order to utilize the waivers?
I'm willing to work with anybody to address any concerns or
I would
questions that
say
they might
that
have.
the greatest concern here is requiring people who have no access to jobs whatsoever to have a job, to have SNAP.
Which can be difficult, and then I don't.
Even if they are able-bodied, because of where they live on the reservation.
Yep, and there are other ways too that they can fulfill some of these requirements that don't include work, such as volunteer work, training online. You know what I mean? I'm saying there's other options. It's not just like you have to work and you get rid of benefits. There's a whole host of
Options
other ways.
that involve technology are most likely going to be problematic for some of our tribal people. As I said, I haven't visited the tribes here in Nebraska, but I also am on the Transportation Telecommunications Committee, so I do know that they have lack of access to that technology. So I just want to make sure that we're being mindful of that. And I also just want to make it clear for us as the committee and for the people who have come here today what your intentions are. It sounds like your intentions are to ensure that the tribal people are not targeted in this, that we can work with them.
No,
to,
we don't target one group of people because of that.
I
That's
didn't think
definitely not my intent.
I certainly
make
didn't think
sure.
it was, but I think that that was the perception of the bill. So I want to,
No.
yeah,
No.
I know. So
Yep, I'm just making sure. Okay.
yes,
Yeah.
so thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you.
This concludes hearing for LB 1381. We will be moving on to LB 1278 and Senator McKinney. We'll wait just a moment, Senator, for people to kind of clear out. Welcome, Senator McKinney.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Harden and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Terrell McKinney, Terrell McKinney, and I represent District 11 in the legislature, which is in North Omaha. We're here today to discuss LB 1278, which provides reimbursement of doula and full spectrum doula services under the Medical Assistance Act. Doula care is one of the most effective interventions to help improve health outcomes and reduce racial disparities among pregnant and postpartum people. Over the last several years, there has been a largely successful grassroots movement to improve access to doula care throughout the United States. As of November 23rd, 11 states and Washington, D.C. have opted to provide Medicaid coverage for doula services, and 9 additional states are in the process of implementing coverage. LB 1278 intends to provide for Medicaid reimbursement to a doula for providing doula or full spectrum doula services to an individual covered under the Medical Assistance Program in Nebraska by January 2026. Doulas provide non-medical and non-clinical physical, emotional, and informational support during pregnancy, labor, birth, and postpartum period. Doulas are selected by the birthing person and undertake a range of supportive activities. Most commonly, full spectrum doulas engage pregnant people and their families in birth planning and preparation, provide a network of resources related to birth and postpartum and the postpartum period, and attend the actual labor and birth, acting as physical and emotional support and helping families navigate decision-making as a member of the care team. Doulas also typically provide informational and emotional support during the postpartum period, including postpartum doulas who may work directly in a family's home to assist with feeding, light chores, and provide overnight sleep assistance for the family and newborn. Studies have shown that doula support during pregnancy, birth, and postpartum is linked to improve maternal and infant health outcomes. For example, doula-assisted mothers were 4 times likely to have a baby with low birth weight, 2 times less likely to experience a birth complication for the mother or baby, and significantly more likely to initiate breastfeeding. Receiving care from a doula is also associated with reports of a positive birth experience. Additionally, doulas can help the health-related social needs of mothers, including assistant beneficiaries with referrals to community-based social services such as housing, food assistance, transportation services, and linkages to community health workers. One study modeling the cost effectiveness of doulas concluded that payment for doula services would likely be cost savings for the state Medicaid program by offsetting costs associated with preterm birth and cesarean deliveries. We have brought this bill to several community partners, and it has been received with overwhelming support. I'd like to bring a few things to your attention: a language amendment and certification requirements and cost savings. Amendment language is the first one. Currently, as written, LB 1278 reads that the Department of Health and Human Services shall reimburse a recipient of medical assistance for doula services for its full spectrum doula services, line 15. It has been pointed out to us that this could be interpreted as the person on Medicaid will receive the reimbursement themselves. This is not our intent and may more accurately be phrased as the Department of Health and Human Services shall reimburse a service provider for doula or full spectrum doula services. We're working on the amendment currently, and we want to be clear that the intention of LB 1278 is to reimburse doulas as a provider type. Next is certification requirements. Although there are no mandatory licensure, certification, or credentialing requirements for doulas to practice in the United States currently, many doulas seek certification from private entities. Doulas in states that have implemented Medicaid coverage for doula care have had to meet specific requirements laid out by each state to be eligible for reimbursement by state Medicaid programs. Training and certification requirements under Medicaid vary by state, with most states maintaining a list of approved doula training or certification programs. For example, Minnesota requires doulas to be certified by one of 10 approved doula certification organizations. On the other hand, Rhode Island opted for even more flexible approach that does not limit training to state-approved programs. LB 1278 will require HHS to work with stakeholders in a work group to develop an implementation plan, including a reimbursement rate and specific competencies needed for doulas by October 2025. This gives the state flexibility to customize doula services to benefit details in a way that works for Nebraska. And this model has also been tested with the Doula Passage program managed by IB Black Girl in conjunction with partners like Charles Drew Health Center, Nebraska Perinatal Quality Improvement Collaborative, Nebraska Medicine, CHI, and more. Next is cost savings. Maternal and infant mortality and morbidity have significant costs to health systems. Health insurers, states, and communities. The main cause of pregnancy-related deaths, including hemorrhage, infections, cardiovascular conditions, blood pressure disorders like preeclampsia, eclampsia, heart disease, problems with anesthesia, and non-cardiovascular conditions like diabetes and breathing problems. It has been determined that over 80% of these pregnancies-related deaths are preventable. Maternal and infant mortality and morbidity disproportionately affect marginalized communities. Despite improvements in prenatal care, pregnancy-related mortality rates among Black and Indigenous pregnant people are 2 to 3 times higher compared to white pregnant people. Black and Indigenous pregnant people also have higher shares of preterm birth, low birth weight births, and reduced or no prenatal care compared to white pregnant people. Rates of infant mortality are also significantly higher across Black and Indigenous communities compared to white communities. Doula support is also well-researched and evidence-based pathway to improve pregnancy outcomes and experiences and reduce medical interventions related to birth. Rigorous studies show that doula care results in substantial cost savings by reducing the need for medical interventions, including cesarean, instrument-assisted births, and pain medication, while also providing a more positive birth experience. Considering that cesarean births cost 50% more than vaginal delivery, and about 1/3 of all births in the U.S. occur via cesarean, the potential cost savings is dramatic. In addition to cesarean births, NICU admissions are a driving factor of high healthcare costs. The Institute of Medicine estimates that the annual healthcare costs in the United States associated with preterm delivery is $26.2 billion, or $51,600 per infant. One study found that when looking at the beneficial impact of doulas on cesarean and preterm births among Medicaid beneficiaries regionally, doula care was associated with a cost savings of $58.4 million and 3,288 fewer preterm births annually. Increasing use of doula services is an important strategy to improve equity in maternal healthcare outcomes. The benefit of doula care coverage under Medicaid extend beyond improved healthcare outcomes and racial equity. Coverage can reduce health and care away from high-cost specialists, reducing cesarean deliveries, limiting the use of instruments-assisted births, and increasing breastfeeding. Medicaid coverage of doula services would also drastically reduce out-of-pocket cost barriers to use for low-income mothers. Together with IB Black Girl, we've worked to bring together community members who can speak to this further and look forward to this bill advancing to address the maternal health care crisis in Nebraska. Before I close, I would like to mention that there is an amendment underway that clarifies language regarding the recipient of the reimbursement. LB 1278 currently reads as the Department of Health and Human Services shall reimburse a recipient of medical assistance for doula or full spectrum doula services. We've realized that this could be interpreted as a person on Medicaid, as I said earlier, will receive the reimbursement themselves. And since that is not the intention, we are amending this to state the Department of Health and Human Services shall reimburse a service provider for doula or full spectrum doula services. And with that, I'll answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, Senator Reapy?
Thank you, Jim. Thank you for being here, Senator King. I have two questions. One of them is on the fiscal note, talks about the bill. It basically talks about appropriate training and certification. So immediately in my head, it goes to then, does that require 407 review for scope of practice? It seems to me that, and the second one I'll give you at the same time is, it talked about in the next paragraph, it talks about attending labor and delivery and being a hospital administrator for a lot of years. We're real touchy about who goes into delivery rooms and having them be credentialed, and so that's a hurdle that would have to be overcome as well at any hospital that delivers. And I assume you're not talking about home deliveries here.
As far as 407, I'm not completely sure on that, and hopefully one of the testifiers can answer that question. But as far as I know, doulas are already have been allowed in delivery rooms, and it has not been a problem. So I don't think that's an issue.
Well, that would be an issue with the individual hospital because they're not state hospitals. No one can come into a private hospital and just say, we want to come in. That doesn't work that way, I assure you.
I I don't believe it works like that currently, as much as I know. I think the testifiers who are gonna come up behind me could answer that question and kind of clarify that. So,
Okay.
Yep.
Well, thank you for being here.
no problem.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. We stay for close?
Yes.
Okay,
All right. Thank you.
all right. The first proponent for LB 1278. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Health and Human Service Committee. My name is Brianna Ward, BRYONNA WARD, and I'm representing myself, and I'm here in support of LB 1278. When I found out I was pregnant with my first child in November of 2020, I was filled with a whirlwind of emotions: excitement, fear, happiness, uncertainty. I knew my life was about to change forever, and with so much uncertainty, there was one thing that I was certain about: I needed a doula. With so many responsibilities brewing as a young pregnant couple, figuring out how to pay for this doula became a source of stress. My husband and I had several conversations on the necessity of having a doula, and after deep consideration, we decided that having a doula was worth the investment. Luckily, my doula allowed us to pay for her services over several months with a payment plan. Otherwise, we would not have been able to afford her services. Studies have shown having a doula can lower cesarean rates, have fewer interventions, and fewer complications. As a Black woman with a deep understanding of the gap in maternal health care and disparities that occur for Black women specifically, I knew that having a doula was deeper than having a birth companion. It was about choosing life for me and my unborn child. At 36 weeks pregnant, I was diagnosed with mild preeclampsia, a high blood pressure disorder that occurs in pregnancy. This unexpected twist in my pregnancy caused strain on my mental health. As I was pushed by healthcare staff to participate in medical interventions that I was not comfortable with, my doula served as a buffer. She helped me ask important questions, pushed for me to know the alternatives to the things that I was being presented, and gave me permission to take the time I needed to make the best decision for me and my unborn child. She helped me find my power, something that is often taken away from birthing people. After a strenuous, long 3-day-long induction and labor process, I gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. He is now 2.5 years old, and he is here with me today. Having a doula saved my life. Without her prenatal care, I would not have had the knowledge needed to navigate my unique labor and birth. Without her at my labor and delivery, I would not have had the time and space to make critical life or death decisions for me and my son. Without her postpartum care, I would not have had the knowledge to determine the best options for me as a new mother. So many birthing people experience less than desirable situations when it comes to their pregnancy and birth simply because they do not have access to a doula. Doulas should be an essential part of pregnancy, and LB 1278 would allow for Medicaid reimbursement for doulas so that more Nebraskans have access to that kind of care, because it can make a difference in a multitude of ways. I would like to thank Senator McKinney for his commitment to maternal health, and I urge the committee to support and advance LB 1278. Thank you, and I am happy to answer any questions you have for me.
Thanks for being here. Any questions? Senator Reapy?
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask a question. Did your doula work in concert with your prenatal physician, or was this a home delivery?
So I was actually at Emmanuel in Omaha, Nebraska. So I was in a hospital setting, and I had discussions with my healthcare providers about having a doula, and it was understood and accepted by the hospital that I was at that she could be in the delivery room. And this was in 2021 during COVID times, so there were certain restrictions. So I was allowed to have 2 personal people. So my mother and my husband were in the room with me, and then my doula also served as an additional support person that was separate outside of those 2 people that were allowed, since she was my doula.
So she had gotten permission from the hospital or somebody. She'd have to get it from the hospital, not the doctor.
Yeah,
She must have done that.
there wasn't any issues. We were able to, it was from the beginning of my pregnancy that I had a doula. She wasn't at any of my appointments or anything, but I made sure that it was understood that I needed her as my birth companion and it was no problem that I faced.
Have you also had friends that have used doulas? Based
Um,
on your experience, it sounds very positive.
I hadn't had any friends or anyone that I knew who had had doulas. I had just done my research and knew that there were a lot of things that could occur without having a doula and just not having your voice in a very vulnerable state.
Are there a lot of doulas in town, in Omaha, say Omaha?
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of doulas that I was able to find, and I went through the process of interviewing them, finding the ones that I wanted, and then selecting them from that way.
Okay. Well, you got a great little boy out of the whole thing, so good
Yes.
for you. Thank you,
Bless
Ms. Chairman.
Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Of course.
When you were doing those interviews, what kind of questions did you ask? I mean, how did you pick the winner?
That's a great question. I was just, one of the main things that I wanted was them to have experience with births, and that was just kind of one of the basic
You
things
didn't
that
want a
I
rookie?
needed. No, not really. I wanted someone who kind of understood the hospital setting, would be able to give me accurate resources, and just to be able to provide adequate resources that I needed to just help me answer questions. Like, they referred me to different birthing classes that I could take. I was having pain. She referred me to a chiropractor. Just like knowledge that she had that was medical in a sense, but she obviously wasn't my medical professional. So it just provided knowledge, access, and just a partnership that was someone on my team outside of my healthcare team at the hospital who was really advocating for me. So that was just the main thing, was just someone who knew their stuff and had experience navigating the healthcare system.
Okay. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other proponents for LB 1278? Welcome.
Well, hello, how are you? Well, hello, good afternoon, members of the Health and Human Services Committee, and thank you, Senator McKinney. I am Ashley Spivey, ASHLEI, SP as in Paul, IV as in Victor, EY, and I'm the Executive Director of IB Black Girl. IB Black Girl serves as a collective for Black women, femmes, and girls to actualize their full potential to authentically be through autonomy, abundance, and liberation. We are the first and only reproductive justice organization in Nebraska, and we are here today in support of LB 1278. Anarcha Westcott, Betsy Harris, Lucy Zimmerman. These are the founding mothers of gynecology. Each of these women, including 17-year-old Anarcha Westcott, endured tortuous experimental gynecological procedures without the use of anesthesia in the name of medical advancement, which we still feel the ripples of today. We will never be able to forget the horror Black women experience in the obstetric sector and are looking to the future to regain power and control over our bodies and birth experiences. At IB Black Girl, one of our strategic goals is to expand access to quality and culturally relevant maternal health services. We know that when you center those most impacted, especially when curating policy solutions, all communities will benefit. There are inequities across the healthcare spectrum around accessibility and quality of care for Black women, and maternal and infant healthcare outcomes present some of the starkest disparities. Among developed nations, the United States is the least safe country in which to have a baby. Nebraska has the 11th highest rate of maternal mortality or death at 28%, scoring a D- from the March of Dimes latest report card. We know that Black women die from pregnancy-related causes more than 3 times the rate of white women, and the rate of death, near-death experiences is even higher. The Black infant death rate is at an all-time high, over 12%, and across the state we are seeing maternal care access gone. Time and time again, the voices of Black women and birthing people have been ignored within the healthcare system and continue to be dismissed as an afterthought. The lack of access to equitable, culturally relevant care, compounded by the stress of racism and implicit bias, continue to kill us or create near-death experiences on a daily during birth and the postpartum period that seem to be normalized. And there is a path forward. There are accessible interventions that allow for people, especially Black people, to not only experiences but thrive. Doulas, specifically full spectrum doulas, can disrupt families' experiences of harm, mistreatment, and adverse health impacts by acting as an feelings of agency, security, and respect. At Ivy Black Girl, we have spent the last 2 years explicitly working to understand the doula reimbursement models through Medicaid across the 11 states that are reimbursing doula services, not only from the provider side, but the impacts of community. We have also developed a doula passage program, a culturally relevant full spectrum doula training program in partnership with community-based organizations as well as institutional partners. We also lead 2 pilots around doula reimbursement with 2 managed care organizations. To date, we have trained 37 full spectrum doulas and just launched another cohort earlier this year. Doula reimbursement is also a viable career path, and it's a workforce opportunity in our community.
If I could have you kind of wrap the thoughts up in a little bit, go ahead and finish your last paragraph.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. We support this bill because it gives intentional time for implementation. It's not overly prescriptive and allows the folks on the front lines to participate in crafting the actual system for reimbursement, and is based on the experiences of leadership of those most impacted. So we would like to thank Senator McKinney for his commitment to maternal health, and we urge this committee to advance LB 1278, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you.
I'm back. Sorry.
Welcome.
Sorry, but
So you have a whole bunch of questions for me now that you're back, right?
Yeah, I was actually outside writing a whole bunch down just for you. So. No, sorry. I'm just hearing some other things going on, so I apologize.
It's totally okay.
Are there any questions?
Evidently, we're pretty bad at birthing people in Nebraska.
Yeah.
Did you say we're the worst?
We're the 11th. So there's a report card that's put out by March of Dimes every year. They look at data across our country, and Nebraska's scoring pretty low in maternal related outcomes. So we have high maternity care deaths with Senator Day. I know you did a lot of work in education around that. High preterm birth rates, NICU stays, cesareans. And so there's really an opportunity to rethink what care looks like, and doula reimbursement and support of doulas and the access to doulas really allows for one intervention. It's not the silver bullet. It's not going to solve the crisis, but it's definitely an accessible intervention to start to change some of those we're seeing.
May I ask a follow-up? Can you kind of give us an idea of what maybe, is there a consensus of what these other states are doing by way of training or certification? Is there a norm?
Yeah, so there is an ecosystem of the states that are looking at doula reimbursement. And so you have actually a packet of information that kind of outlines some of the models that's from that ecosystem that we're a part of. And so the consensus that one, we want to make it flexible for states. There's not a one shoe fits all solution for this. We do know that harm can happen by anyone in the medical field, right? And medical practitioners, we're all working within the same system. So the goal with creating a standard of care around competencies says, here are the 8 competencies that we know are needed in order for a doula to perform effective doula care in the full spectrum area in our state. And so say you have a training that only touches on 6, well, here's 2 additional modules in order to be reimbursed. And so doula care and doula work is really ancestral to communities of color. We've been doing birth work for centuries, right? Like if you look at the history of granny midwives and the role that they played in the United States around birthing people and literally birthing America, there's an opportunity to really give that back to community in a way that honors those ancestral ties while making sure we change the outcomes. And we need a revenue stream for that. Within the Doula Passage program, we have a fund that we created that pays for doula services, and it's grant funded. We received ARPA dollars through Douglas County for that, and those are running out. And so when we think about how can we make sure folks have this valuable job, it has impact in community, it's saving the state money, right? There's all these outcomes for better community. We need a source that allows for people to be able to be paid for the work that they're doing. And this is one of the solutions that we've seen across those 11 states that have started to already have outsized impact.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Senator Reedy.
Thank you, John. This is the fiscal conservative in me coming out. Is there any way to have the cost of the doulas offset by some other expense? I'm assuming the maternal infant, the OBGYN, isn't discounting his or her fee by the cost of the doula. So it's an add-on It's a new cost.
Right. So ideally, it would be a new provider type, so it would be a different cost. What we've seen federally, there's some funds in a new model that was just released by the federal government that would allow for higher reimbursement rates for doulas that the state could access. So we have sent that information to HHS, and they are looking at if they're going to apply for that. And then they are looking at the reimbursement rate. So the nice part about this bill is that we know that doulas need to be reimbursed at a living wage, right? And so the working group would put together recommendations. We do have some in your folders around what that could look like. And for us, the $2,000. You'll hear from some doulas in the work that they're doing. They spend a lot of time with that pregnant person. Like they are a part in this really intimate, important way. And so they are very accessible and they should be compensated for that time. And so most states have started to outline for prenatal services a 90-minute visit is this much reimbursed. Labor and delivery up to 10 hours is this amount. If it's a cesarean or a vaginal delivery, they'll have different amounts. 8 postpartum visits, 90 minutes are this. And so it really does outline, but it is a different service and provider type. And then are you okay, Senator Reapy, if I answer your earlier question about the hospitals and how that works?
Career question.
Okay.
So you can't answer the questions, but I can answer. So yes, please, would you answer my question?
I would love to. Thank you, Senator Reapy. So our partners at the Nebraska Perinatal Quality Improvement Collaborative have really been working with us to think about across the state, how do we create dually friendly hospitals? Because each hospital institution is so different, right? And so we have spent time going to do visits with those hospitals. We do meet and greets. We talk about what does it look like for doulas to be incorporated in that care team, really in that labor and delivery space. And so we have seen success in that. There's always some bumps in the road, right? It's a new model. What does that look like for folks that need to be educated on the roles? But because they're so different, this is not a clinical position. It serves a different purpose in advocacy and support of that pregnant person. Doctors and OBs and folks alike want that pregnant person to be successful and have that support. So they're open to thinking about how are they incorporated in that care team? And so we have seen success in that.
Our commercial, because you hit upon that, our commercial and carriers recognizing and paying for doulas.
So
Blue Cross, Blue Shield, United Healthcare, all those.
So we are in the process of working with private pay insurers to look at this. We have seen Blue Cross and 2 other states adopt this for their members, and we have been in conversation with a couple of private payers here around what does that look like. It's currently going through their legal department. So yes, we hope this is the first step. Majority of births are taking place on Medicaid. So this is an important step, and I think it'll role model for those private payers what could be, and we are absolutely in conversation with them.
Can you cut down length of stay or?
For like in the hospital?
Well, in the fiscal note, it talks here, it says that the cost, the range would be $350 to $1,500. I'm just saying, that's a day in the hospital at $1,500.
Yeah.
You know, can you cut off, if you could cut off with 1 day of length of stay, then you've justified the added cost as well.
Yeah, so how we've been looking at cost savings is more long-term. And so there will be some immediate upfront cost of that doula. What does that look like? We're seeing the cost savings around some of those specialized services or more expensive interventions like cesareans and NICU stays. And so I think it just depends, right? Every person's birthing experience is really intimate, important to them. And we want to honor that. We don't want to just kick folks out of the hospital if they need to be there. But we're seeing because they have that advocate, because they're able to make better decisions and have those conversations with care team, they're able to adjust things a little bit differently.
See, I have to confess, I'm interested in short-term savings and not the long-term, because as Keynesian said, economics said, the long run, we're all dead, so trying to recover those costs. So,
yeah.
But thank you.
You're
It's
welcome.
very informative. I have a lot to learn, I think, about.
There is a cost savings benefit analysis in that packet too. So because you're interested in that, we have a table with some of that information in there for your review.
So they give me some weekend work, huh?
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator Ballard.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here. Is cost a primary factor in individuals not seeking out a doula? I guess I'm getting at, or is there an education component as well about the benefits of a doula?
Yeah, so I think the word doula, right, has different ties when you look at the origin, but people doing birth work supporting people through this birth journey is not new. And so now we've kind of put this term to this is what this type of doula means. We're specifically talking about full spectrum doulas, but there's lots of different types of doulas. You can have a fertility doula, a death doula, someone that's helping you transition, right? And so for us, we want to make sure that folks know that this is a source and support for you as in your birth journey. We have found that people that are pregnant are really receptive to that because it is a complicated time. You're really vulnerable. It's a lot of things to take in, especially navigating complex healthcare systems. And so we put together a toolkit that allows you to understand what a doula is, the right questions to ask, how do you source out, what does that look like, and what does it mean for them to integrate into the care team. And then the cost does make it prohibitive. Most folks are operating private doula practices. There's not a reimbursement, like for sure reimbursement thread. There's lots of organizations that may have funds or grant opportunities that reimburse, but sometimes there's income limits to that. And so folks that can afford this luxury of a doula are not the folks that always need it the most. And so there is an accessibility opportunity here to make sure that folks who need doulas and want doulas to be a part of their care team can actually access them because there is that revenue source.
Thank you.
I have a couple questions, I think.
Absolutely.
Anyway, I just want to make sure I'm asking the right question. So are doulas certified and registered in the state of Nebraska right now?
No, so there's not a licensure.
Okay.
And this bill does not go after licensure.
Yes, okay. Is there a concern, because this is sometimes what I hear from other people may asking about reimbursement, whether it's Medicaid or some other kind of government program, or about getting government involved in doulas, and maybe a concern then that might lead to more rules and regulations, certifications, registrations, which then, it becomes kind of
absolutely.
It's a revolving wheel. Sometimes once you start it, sometimes it kind of keeps going, and then it makes it more difficult. Because I appreciate what doulas and full spectrum doulas. I wish many more people use them. I think they're awesome. I'm just concerned that I just want the government then all of a sudden put a lot more restrictions on what they can and can't do, because now they're starting to reimburse them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's definitely a concern. And that's why we didn't, when working with Senator McKinney and HHS around this, look at licensure. And so I think in general, right, when you think about healthcare and who is activating in healthcare, you want to make sure that there's a standard of care for anyone that's participating. And that's why the core competency model is the opportunity there versus licensure. So making sure folks have the understanding and the knowledge around these core competencies keeps it standardized so that we know that folks have it, allows for different training programs to meet those competencies. And then there's some sort of management, because CMS will need that. Right, we know for a fact that when you go through this and then for Medicaid services, there has to be some sort of standard in measurement. And so the competencies model versus licensure allows for government to be able to reimburse without a heavy hand. And what does that experience look like?
Hopefully, that's what I'm concerned about, is that they don't all of a sudden become a heavy hand and saying, well, this is what we see a lot of times whenever we start stuff like this. And also now they're saying, well, only full spectrum doulas now can do this, and only certified people with X, Y, and Z. And then reimbursement rates become kind of weird too. And so that's the only concern I have. But
absolutely, we haven't seen it in other states yet. There's been conversations in looking at doula work and community health workers. So that's kind of an adjacent type of community-based health worker that is doing some of this. And HHS has been very engaged with us over the last 2 years to ensure that. So we've had conversations through leadership changes around like, what does this look like for you? What are your concerns? How do we bring that back to community, act as a liaison? And so I feel confident that with the work plan and what's in the bill of spending time on the implementation, we can really work to ensure that there is not that heavy hand in oversight, and that we create an implementation plan that works for both those doulas that have been doing this work, as well as what's needed to get them paid.
Okay, good. If this leads to more people using doulas, I think it's awesome. I just then on the flip side,
absolutely, that's a great question.
All of a sudden, now it's more difficult to become a doula and stuff like that, right? And one more quick question, if I could. Sorry. What about home births? Like, do doulas help with home births at all?
So they can. So pregnant people can make the decision of where they want to give birth. That is not up to the doula. And so doulas help that birthing person based on their experiences. Majority of births are still happening in hospital settings, but if you think about in rural communities where labor and delivery centers are closing, folks are being forced to have home births because they're 50 minutes away from the next hospital, right? And so again, the role of that doula is not to decide where that pregnant person is giving birth, not to decide their treatment of care. They're an advocate for them based on what they want to have in their birthing experience.
And so you wouldn't expect, if it was a home birth, that wouldn't affect reimbursement or any of that kind of stuff? Okay, good. All right. Okay. Yes, Senator Reed.
Chairman, thank you. A quick question. Do doulas have professional liability insurance?
Yeah, so we practice, and what we've said at Ivy Black Girl is yes, they should. We help to provide that insurance for the doulas, and there's also a brief that was put out, an analysis done by some attorneys that have doulas reimbursed around the limits around liability because they're not a clinical practitioner. So the liability is really low for doulas based on that, and we do encourage folks to have liability insurance.
So the doula doesn't have hands-on with the baby?
No, they are not the person that is
They're the
delivering.
coach.
So they are an advocate. So imagine you are, and as Brianna before the story, she was having complications. The information was a lot. She was having a hard time processing. That doula is the person that says, okay, this is what they're saying. Do you understand? Do you need to ask more questions? Let's take a pause. They're the advocate for that birthing person. So they're not in charge of managing any of the clinical care within the hospital setting. They're another advocate in the room.
It's kind of what mother-in-laws used to do.
Is it? I don't know. Some people might disagree.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You're
Chairman.
welcome.
I think that's in our policy and procedures. We don't mention mother-in-laws.
That's not a prop, is it?
Any other questions? Thank you for answering all our questions.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the intentionality with the questions.
Thank you. Take our next testifier in support, please. Welcome.
Hello, welcome, or I can't welcome you guys, I guess. I'm used to saying that, but thank you to the members of the Health and Human Services Committee for allowing me to speak. My name is Dr. Michael Green, that's spelled M-I-C-H-A-E-L-G-R-E-E-N-E. I am here today representing both CHI Health because I'm a family medicine physician. I practice at the Cummings Street Clinic, which is in North Omaha. And I'm also the director of Creighton Family Medicine Residency Program. So I'm also representing Creighton, both in support of this bill. To comprehensively address structural barriers to optimal health birth outcomes, our health system, CHI Health, is partnering with and investing in community-based doulas to help patients navigate healthcare systems that have historically caused harm instead of healing. Doulas bridge the health and social systems to improve patient health literacy and advocacy in their care, build trusting relationships, and identify and address health-related social needs. They are trusted members of a birthing person's maternity care team, and over the coming years, we plan to provide training for clinical providers and doulas on effective collaboration to study their integration. Doulas support birthing people throughout their perinatal journey, which may include attending prenatal visits, which is where I'm seeing them, assessing patients' health-related social needs, and securing community-based resources, creating a birth plan, delivering breastfeeding education and lactation support, providing labor and delivery support, and postpartum home and virtual visits. Doula care is associated with, as we've mentioned, lower rates of cesarean delivery. That alone is worth way more than one hospital day stay because of the cost. Lower birth weight and lower preterm births. And I can't emphasize how important that is enough because a NICU day stay is not a 1,500 day stay on a med surg floor. So that would save tremendous amounts of money, as well as improved APGAR scores, which is measurements of how healthy babies are when they're born, and breastfeeding initiation. Our doula pilot that we have prioritizes serving pregnant patients at risk for poor birth outcomes due to barriers in access to resources. In Omaha, as an example, 1 in 5 Black births are preterm compared to 12% of white births. Over that same time period, an average of 15% of Black infants were born at low birth weight compared to 7% of Caucasian infants. An average of 15% of Black births included a neonatal intensive care unit stay compared to 11% of white births. Black residents also report higher difficulties in accessing healthcare, higher concerns with food security, and higher challenges with understanding health information. Even on this committee, health literacy is a challenge all around, and it's very helpful to have partners to bridge that gap. I've got a quote that all of you, I think, have seen from one of our patients, and you've heard from a patient at the Emmanuel Hospital where currently we're delivering babies. One major impediment to to having doulas, is reimbursement. As we've been talking about, doulas are not currently a designated medical provider type eligible for reimbursement through Nebraska Medicaid long-term care, despite their established benefits. Currently, our doula program is entirely grant funded, which is not a sustainable funding mechanism for community-based doulas. I implore the committee to advance this bill and create a mechanism such as a state plan amendment for reimbursement of doula services. I'd like to thank the Health and Human Services Committee for your interest and to thank Senator McKinney for introducing this bill. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen. I'm trying to get this in my head straight now. The doula,
yep.
They're pre-delivery. Is
Yep.
that correct?
Yep.
Because last session and this morning, we were talking about postpartum care. So do they participate? Yep. I'm trying to make sure.
All of the above.
Needless duplication over here.
Yep.
So is this a handoff then, or how does this work?
No, not so. I'm as a family medicine physician, so I don't hand off to anybody typically. I take care of somebody. Yeah, and the doula is not a handoff in that case either. So this is you were kind of right in the model.
All I ever kind of.
Yeah. This is doulas are not a medical person. They're not there to assess a prenatal strip to see who might need to have an intervention such as a C-section. They're there as an advocate for the patient. So the patients can have whoever they want in the delivery room with some, not, obviously the whole community can't come in, but there's some guidelines around that. But doulas are a trusted member of that. That's somebody who's been with the pregnant patient, like an extended family member, but has special knowledge about birthing and has special knowledge about the health system that we operate in. So that, and it's very important, I would say, for them to be community-based doulas. What we're talking about is doulas that are in the community that I'm attempting to serve. So I practice, as I said, on 2412 Cumming Street, North Omaha, across from Creighton University, because we're at Creighton University's clinic. So I have a number of populations of patients that I see there. They're different in their needs, the various different communities. We have the refugee contract with the state of Nebraska. So I see lots of refugees coming in, all with their own community's health needs. So a doula would be somebody in that. So they wouldn't pass off to anybody else. They'd just be themselves.
I'm a big fan of continuity of care.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions? Senator Ballard.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here, Doctor. What if there's a disagreement between a physician and a doula? How do you work through that?
So the doula is an advocate for the patient. So so I guess philosophically your question is, could there be a disagreement between a physician and a patient? Not really, because my job is to do what the patients say. I advise and recommend, right? So I'm advising and recommending all of my patients. Could we disagree? Kind of no, is the way I teach medicine, because suppose you have high cholesterol and I recommend you take a statin and you don't want to take a statin medicine. Does that mean we're in disagreement? no, I agree that you don't want to take a statin medicine, and you can agree that I'd say, I have some evidence that it's good, but I don't want to do that because of XYZ. That's okay. So there's not really a mechanism for disagreement. And if where your question is coming through, if you were wondering about something like a concern in the birthing room, like I might make a recommendation to do XYZ, and maybe the doula would say, well, ultimately, I'm going to do whatever the patient says, same thing doula is going to do.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, that does make sense. But I'm assuming an individual hires a doula because they have trust in that doula. So I'm just curious on that interaction between. Okay, I appreciate it.
Yeah, the doulas, I don't think any of the doulas are here today that I see. So, yes, okay, there you are. None of the doulas I've worked with are here today. So, but they're working with me in addition to working with the patients too. I see them in the office in between times. And so we have a good relationship, like a good professional relationship, which is going to help with the continuity of care with the patient.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have one more question.
Senator Rapey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to be insensitive here, but I just received this, a Blue Cross Blue Shield Association National Health Equity Strategy. And the title on this thing says, how doulas can improve the safety of childbirth for women of color. And so my question is this sort of an exclusive thing? I wouldn't think it would be. I mean, a birth's a birth, but I see head shaking. So.
Yeah, a birth's a birth. Our particular pilot, the one at that Emmanuel Hospital, is looking at specifically a low-income African-American women with that. But that's, as I said, there's multiple different communities. Okay. Each should have a doula that understands the community.
I'm not sure why they put that, even added those words into that line. So, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Seeing no other questions, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Take our next testifier in support, please.
Good afternoon, members of Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Shanika King, SHANIKA, I am the co-founder and executive director at A Mother's Love Incorporated in Omaha, Nebraska. We are a community-based organization that provides pregnancy support, doulas, community health workers, baby supplies, and different classes. Have you ever had a hard time or a hard task by yourself and didn't know where to start, or the guidance or the knowledge that you needed to complete that task? If the answer is yes, then we all know that in life there are things that are hard and we need help and encouragement to get through those moments at hand. Birth is one of the hardest, most rewarding moments in families' lives. Changes that begin when parents find out that they are expecting are immediate. And with families in that change, a doula is there to help them navigate those changes. We encourage Nebraska's health system and legislators to collaborate and get to know some of our community-based maternal support services around in Nebraska and in our rural areas of Nebraska. Like doulas, they can assist parents in navigating health systems that have historically harmed and rather than healed what we've been doing in our structural barriers for birth. Nebraska requires doulas to support and bring about change between the community and the health systems, but due to the lack of resources and awareness about maternal health in our communities, mothers and babies are dying. We have a lot of clients that come in just with different things that they need to share, different things that they need, but don't feel comfortable with letting everyone know those things. So we serve as just that liaison to help them be able to get those needs that they need. By assisting birthing individuals in our communities with doulas that are culturally specific to the work and their culture, it helps tremendously. The assistance that doulas in the communities provide to families is throughout. It lessens the impact of systematic racism, which contributes to health disparities and lessens the impact and bring forth change in maternal health. There are, like they stated, 11 states that are participating in reimbursement for doulas. And with that,
they are already building the workforce in the communities. They have built those relationships, and they've had sustainable decrease in maternal health because of those relationships that they have created in the community. If we focus on our community and what they need in order to heal and change instead of telling them what they need, they may be open to change and share those true needs that they have without judgment. The impact of doulas had opened up in the community culturally specific workforce that supports and encourage healthy living amongst each other and amongst the clients that we serve. Doulas would be able to live a fulfilling and purposeful life while bringing change to Nebraska's maternal health crisis. March of Dimes grade was in Nebraska is a D, and I know we are better than that. We are the heart of the United States. How we conduct and treat our workforce and our families is important. If we can push change in the middle, it will overflow into other parts of our country and create change in our maternal health system. Doulas are one piece of the puzzle to change maternal health, and doula reimbursement is not only important to maternal health, but it's also important to our communities and the people that are serving and receiving these services. Nebraska, we do need to change in our maternal health for generations to come to have better outcomes for our moms and babies. I would like to thank Senator McKinney for committed to maternal health and urge to commit the committee to advance this LB 1278 bill. Any questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions? Yes, Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Sort of a follow-up on Senator Reepe's previous questions. So bear with me for a moment. So doulas oftentimes offer a cultural sort of competency in the delivery birthing process. And so the idea of targeting Black mothers is to increase outcomes for Black mothers. And it's probably a well-known statistic that we have very adverse health outcomes for Black mothers of any socioeconomic and educational background. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity to maybe address that, is why the proposals might say specifically Black mothers.
Yes, definitely.
Educate Senator Reed.
I am very nicely saying to frame the conversation for Senator Reepe in a way that explains the significance of who you are as a Black woman, doula in this space. You could educate both of us. I can use
definitely.
education
Being
too.
a Black woman or any as far as woman in a culture, you're able to relate to that person that you are helping. You're able to know the things that they are going through, and they're able to feel just able to share those things with you and not feel any judgment. You're able to close those gaps. So if a mom is not feeling the best and she doesn't feel like she's going to be heard when she goes to the doctor, or she feels like it's too much to even call and say, or it might take too long, she has a doula that she can reach out to right away, either by text, phone call, and say, hey, I'm feeling this way. What do you think I should do? And then as far as us being able to encourage her, yes, you do need to go to the hospital, and yes, you do need to do these things. And if those resources aren't there, if you don't have transportation, if you don't have a way that we are able to assist in those and get you resources, or even take you sometimes to those appointments when you need it. Because in our community a lot in North Omaha, we don't have a lot of the same things that Omaha might have, and be able to call and make those same requests that others might need to.
And is it fair to say that a contributing factor to some of the adverse health outcomes for Black mothers is that they aren't believed in the doctor's office? And what role would the doula play in helping?
And it is, and it's sometimes the role of the doula plays as far as advocating for the mom if they feel that they're not being heard, just maybe giving different ways that they can be heard. So giving them different tips on how they can talk to the doctor, or really advocate for themselves if they do feel like they aren't being heard, because you don't have to go as far as to a certain position. There's other places that you might be able to go to be heard in regards to what you and your baby are going through, because it does make change when someone is listening to you and you feel more comfortable to be able to come and share. Maybe that might not be the issue, but maybe later on in your pregnancy, you might have a different issue, but you feel comfortable to come share that.
But doulas are not just for Black mothers.
No, they are doulas, different culture. I believe that every culture should have a doula to be able to help navigate, because everyone has different cultural beliefs and different things that they do during birth and different things that they don't do throughout birth. So when you have that knowledge, and then it makes it a better birthing experience for that person.
Well, it's not something you do every day.
Not you.
Not you. I'm not saying every day I do, but no.
Thank you so much.
Yes, no problem.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Yeah.
Next testifier. Welcome.
Hello, good afternoon. Senator Hardin is going to be leading us. And members of the Health and Human Services Committee, I'm Dr. Sydney Carraher. For the record, SYDNIE-CARRAHER. I am a UNMC staff member and the program administrator of the Nebraska Perinatal Quality Improvement Collaborative, or MPIC. However, I'm not speaking as a representative of the University of Nebraska system today. I'm here testifying regarding LB 1278 on behalf of MPIC and in my role as a private citizen. The Nebraska Perinatal Quality Improvement Collaborative is a network of key stakeholders committed to improving healthcare and outcomes for all Nebraska mothers. In the United States, roughly 1,200 women die annually as a result of pregnancy or delivery complications, and as many as 60,000 women experience life-threatening pregnancy-related morbidities every year. Disparities in maternal and infant health outcomes disproportionately affect individuals of color, those with socioeconomic disadvantage, and those living in communities where systemic inequality is prevalent. Black and Native American women are at the highest risk for pregnancy-related death, enduring rates nearly 2 to 3 times higher than their white peers. Black mothers also suffer from higher rates of labor interventions, cesarean delivery, and preterm birth. Maternity care is failing many pregnant mothers, newborns, families, and communities in our country and right here in Nebraska. As you can see in Appendix A, relative to other states in the Midwest and nationally, Nebraska has high overall maternal mortality rates, maternity care deserts, and disparities for Black and Native American infants. Nebraska ranks in the top 5 in the U.S. for the highest rates of maternity care deserts and Black infant mortality rates. These inequities are not driven by race, but by social determinants of health, including access to care, quality of delivered care, communication with the healthcare team, food and housing security, as well as multi-generational exposure to racism and a lack of culturally appropriate care. Integration of doula support for high-risk birthing people has the potential to reduce health disparities and improve outcomes. As you've heard, doulas are trained professionals who provide non-medical, physical, emotional, and informational support to clients and their families before, during, and after birth. Consistent evidence shows that doula support is associated with improved birth outcomes. It can have a positive impact on reducing racial disparities in maternal and infant health outcomes. The presence of a doula supports enhanced communication between clinicians, birthing people, and their families, improved quality of maternal care services, use of fewer obstetric interventions, including cesarean delivery, less use of pain medications, reduced rates of preterm birth and perinatal mental health conditions, and increased patient satisfaction and the potential to reduce healthcare costs. Despite the benefits of doula support, barriers exist to accessing doula care, including a lack of knowledge of their role, cost, availability of services across race and socioeconomic levels, and a lack of access to culturally congruent care. Consequently, birthing people at the highest risk for adverse outcomes are less likely to utilize doula services. Doulas also face challenges navigating the healthcare system, including misconceptions of their roles, certification and training requirements, lack of service reimbursement, and resistance from healthcare team members. Doulas are an integral role of the healthcare team and have a proven potential to improve birth outcomes. Implementing a pathway for those at highest risk of poor pregnancy outcomes to access doula services would help to ensure a higher quality of care for low-income women, provide culturally appropriate and patient-centered care, and reduce unacceptable racial disparities in maternal and infant health outcomes in Nebraska. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? I'm not seeing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next testifier for LB 1278. Welcome.
Hello again. My name is Magie Miller-Jenkins, MAGHIE-MILLERJENKINS. Happy Black History Month again. A lot of people are going to come up behind me, and a lot of people have come up ahead of me to tell you about the disparities that Black birthing people face. And I just want to read a quote. This is from Liza, my teacher told me. I just think that education is a really important part of how we move forward and how we make our decisions. It says, on Haiti, the colonists made Arawak mine for gold, raised Spanish food, and even carried them everywhere they went. They couldn't stand it. Pedro de Cordoba wrote a letter to King Ferdinand in 1517. As a result of suffering and hard labor they endured, the Indians chose and have chosen, sorry. The Indians have chose and are choosing to commit suicide. Occasionally, 100 have committed mass suicide. The women, exhausted by labor, have shunned conception and childbirth. Many, when pregnant, have taken something to abort and have aborted. Others, after delivery, have killed their children with their own hands so as not to leave them in such oppressive slavery. This is from 1517. I gave birth to my son in 2013. I had a student perform my epidural, and I didn't get told that a student was performing my epidural before it happened. I don't know what it feels like to be set on fire, but I'm pretty sure that that experience was the closest I've ever been. It felt like the entire left side of my body had been dipped in lava. It felt like my bones should have been melting. When I told them how bad it was, I had 2 nurses look at me and tell me that I was a complainer. After I got my epidural and I was taken to the interim, I was in labor for about 16 hours, and I had a nurse come in, and I'll never forget her words, and I'll never forget her face. She walked into my delivery room and said, "Are you ready to have a baby in an hour?" And I said, "How is that going to happen?" Her exact words were, "Oh, we're just going to cut him out." It's a really awful way to tell a first-time mother that she's about to have a C-section. So I had a lot of complications. My son ended up in the NICU. My second birth, I demanded to have the head of anesthesiology be in there so that I wasn't traumatized again. And it didn't matter because it was still a traumatic experience. It would have been so much different if I would have had access to a doula who could have helped me advocate for myself. I didn't know what I was doing in that sphere. I deserved to have somebody there to help me want to have more children, help me want to look at birth and birthing as a great experience. So if you guys are going to use this month to do something, support Senator McKinney in 1278 and help us make Nebraska somewhere that I want to encourage my children to have children, because I could tell them with an honest heart that the people in charge of our laws are doing what they're supposed to be doing to help fix the continued history of the devastation that we still feel from colonization. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next testifier. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Health and Human Services community. My name is Charmaine Box. That's spelled C-H-A-R-M-A-I-N-E. Last name spelled as B as in boy, O-X. I am a full spectrum doula, prenatal and postpartum doula. I'm here in support today of LB 1278. I've been a doula for 3 years, and I've been able to work with birthing women and their families throughout the years. I've worked with families that are on Medicaid. I will lower my price to help those women to be able to afford a doula, them in programs for those families to receive a doula. My experience as a doula, I've been able to be emotional support and companion for my doula families. I can go on prenatal visits with my doula families to help them remember the questions that they want to ask their midwife or doctor. I can help the birthing people with postpartum support. With my support, I can advise the birthing families to take walks outside to help with depression, provide resources to seek mental health support. Having a baby can be stressful, but a doula is there to help alleviate some of that stress. We provide the emotional support to our birthing families. Having a doula, having Medicaid doula reimbursement would help a lot of families in the community I live in and support. Most families do not like to take part of programs that offer to supply a doula for them, as they must give up too much information to be part of those programs. That makes them take mandatory classes. Most families do not have the means to transportation to attend those classes. Birthing families just want to have one person to help support them and listen to them. Also, some of these other programs, doulas must have to wait 4 to 6 months to be paid for their services, and that they provide for those families.
With doula reimbursement through the state, doulas wouldn't need to go through a third party to reimburse. I would like to thank Senator McKinney for the commitment to maternal health and urge the committee to advance LB 1278.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions, Senator Reed?
I have a question. Yes, thank you. Would you help me with the journey on, you said you've been a doula for 3 years. What was did you work under an apprenticeship or did you go to a formal training or help me with that? How do you become?
I found out about who I can go through. I went through a program here in Lincoln, Nebraska.
A program here in Nebraska?
Yes, a wonderful program that I was able to get a scholarship to pay for myself to become a doula. This program has helped me grow and be able to be successful. From there, I was able to go with an agency that was out of state, out of New York. I did 40 hours of training. So I spent 2 weekends at my house virtually because they didn't have in person here in Omaha or Lincoln yet. And I was able to take those classes on there to become a prenatal and postpartum doula. I just recently, last year, became a full spectrum doula through the doula passage program with IB Black Girl.
Is that a certificate or an accreditation? Or?
It's a certificate that you receive.
Was it a specific institution?
Pro Doula.
Oh, okay.
And they're out of, so they have stations in New York and then they have some that are in the South.
Totally independent from.
But they're nationally credentialed.
Just totally independent from the med schools or any of those.
So I can take that certification from Pro Doula and I can go to any other state that I would want to be able to be a doula at. So
is there any process, any peer review or anything?
You do have to take a test to get certified, but they don't do like a review to see. But the agencies that you do work with, they do have to go through a background check to make sure you're.
You don't have to register with the state.
No, you do not. Not like if you were a midwife.
Okay. Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Any others? Seeing none, we appreciate it. Next testifier for LB 1278. Welcome.
Hi, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Marcia Anderson. That's MarciaAnderson. I am also a full spectrum doula. I've been a doula for 3 years as well. I first took my training with the National Black Doula Association. That was also a 2-week course. And then I too last year took the training with IB Black Girl. I can say I have serviced both African-American families and Caucasian families and families of different socioeconomic class. And what I've noticed is my Caucasian families that I serve, they've been able to pay out of their pocket. Whatever my price is, they're able to pay. With my African-American families, I have to put them through the programs like IB Black Girl and different pilots that we have because they're not able to afford it. Most of the women who I serve, these are young women, teenagers. I've had 16-year-olds, 17-year-olds, and it's no way they're going to be able to afford a doula out of pocket, even if I lower my prices. They just can't. These young women are not working. So programs like IB Black Girl that they provide for the grants is very beneficial, but these grants aren't always going to be around. Most of my community that I serve, they are on, they receive Medicaid. Another benefit of having a doula, again, most of my community I serve are African American. Within our community, it has always been taboo to breastfeed. I say out of most of my families that I've served, they've all been able to breastfeed. I've been able to help them latch when they feel like they want to give up and not breastfeed. I've been able to encourage them, and they're like, oh, my mother told me I shouldn't, and they think it's weird, but because of my help, I'm able to help them successfully do it. I'm there for the duration of your pregnancy. Some women come to me early on, some come to the end. I'm there for your pregnancy, your labor and delivery. I'm not leaving that hospital until a good 2 hours after your baby is born, watching your blood pressures, making sure your bleeding is under control, just making sure mom is safe, and then postpartum journey, like I said, breastfeeding, nutrition, and I follow them up to at least 4 months. But there's some families who I've served as long as 2 years ago, and I'm still serving them and making sure that they're still doing good mentally. Postpartum depression is something that's so serious, and Black women are more susceptible to that. So I'm always watching them, making sure you're not having postpartum depression, letting them know it's normal, talk to your physician. I love the programs we have with the hospitals because a lot of them are very open with us. They want us there. I've had doctors tell us that you're needed, you've helped us. And I do see the light is red, so I'm gonna end, but any questions?
Thank you, appreciate it. Any questions? Senator Walz?
Thanks for being here. So that was good to hear. I'm just curious, how many women help in a year, like an average?
In a year. So like I said, I did my training in 2021. I really started 2022. Last year, I think I served about maybe, oh goodness, 20 families. I try not to do more than 4 in 1 month because I want to make sure I'm giving you your full attention. I never want to risk someone going into labor at the same time. So if I do that, I make sure they're spread out so everybody can have the devoted attention that they need. So if I take 4, that's pushing it, but I tend not to do 4 in 1 month. So
that's more than I thought.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, February has been pretty busy for me, but I normally don't do that.
Have you ever had 2 that were happening at the same time?
Yes and no. And I say yes and no because one of them, I was a backup doula for someone, and her client went into labor that day. So as I was at the hospital with her client, my client went into labor. So I was there until her actual doula was able to come. And then I was able to go to the hospital and deal with my client. I have had births within like 2 days apart though. So.
Well, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you so much. You all have a good rest of your day.
Next testifier for LB 1278. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Samantha Walz, spelled SAMANTHAWALL. I'm the executive director at Omaha Better Birth Project. Omaha Better Birth Project stands in strong support of LB 1278, a bill to provide reimbursement for doula services for Medicaid recipients. I have my master's in public health and have been working in the maternal health field for over 8 years. As a public health practitioner, I've witnessed the positive impacts that doula support can have on maternal and infant health outcomes. LB 1278 is a crucial step towards addressing health disparities, promoting positive birth experiences, and ultimately improving the well-being of birthing people and their newborns. Omaha Better Birth Project was founded to decrease inequities in childbirth, particularly for low-income families. Since the launch of our birth doula grant services in 2021, providing families with funds to pay for birth doulas, we've seen a cesarean rate of 12% compared to the state cesarean rate of 29%. Our families experienced 0 NICU admissions and had a 0% preterm birth rate compared to the state rate of nearly 11%. Doulas are essential allies to low-income parents, offering support, education, and advocacy to enhance their birthing experiences and improve maternal and infant health outcomes. It's well documented that there are significant racial and socioeconomic disparities in maternal and infant mortality rates. Medicaid recipients, often from marginalized communities, face unique challenges in accessing adequate healthcare services. Doulas are a critical part of the birth team for parents, but access to birth doulas is financially out of reach for many. By extending reimbursement for doula services to Medicaid recipients, LB 1278 addresses these disparities directly and promotes a more equitable healthcare system. Low-income families often experience unique challenges during their pregnancy, birth, and postpartum, making them at higher risk for poor birth outcomes. Transportation barriers, limited access to healthy food, lack of social support, and other issues experienced by Medicaid recipients can be greatly alleviated by doula services. When the risk factors are mitigated, maternal stress is reduced, thereby reducing risk of preterm birth and low birth weight. By addressing the unique challenges faced by low-income families, doulas contribute significantly to creating a more equitable and compassionate healthcare system. It's crucial to highlight the cost effectiveness of doula care. While the initial investment in doula services may seem significant, the long-term benefits far outweigh. Studies consistently show that births attended by doulas result in fewer complications, decreased rates of preterm birth, and lower healthcare expenses in the postpartum period. Investing in doula support aligns with a preventative healthcare approach, ultimately saving resources in the long run. LB 1278 is a vital piece of legislation that has the potential to enhance maternal and infant health outcomes, reduce healthcare disparities, and promote the well-being of Medicaid recipients. By providing reimbursement for doula services, we're investing in a healthier community, fostering positive birth experiences, and creating a more equitable healthcare system. Thank you, Senator McKinney, for your commitment to maternal health, and I urge the committee to advance LB 1278. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none? Thank you. Next testifier for LB 1278. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Vice Chair Harden, Senators of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Alex Dvorak, ALEXWORAK. I delivered babies for 8 years. Early in my career as a family doctor, I was actually a co-resident of my friend, Dr. Green, primarily to low-income Medicaid, or a time LB 599 Medicaid excluded women. I strongly support this bill as an evidence-based practice for effectiveness, cost reduction, and taking action on racial disparities in maternal and child health. The American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology, as well as the High Risk Specialty Society for Maternal and Fetal Medicine, and the American College of Nurse Midwives have recognized the effectiveness of doulas in improving the health outcomes of birthing people, particularly at a time when enormous and frankly unacceptably worse outcomes are widely documented for minority patients, especially Black patients. I feel it is a social and ethical imperative to do everything possible to correct this. Failure to do so will send a clear message that our state quite literally does not value the health and well-being of young pregnant people in poverty, who, while having an overrepresentation of minorities, also include a majority are white folks and rural people too. I'll close by noting that late last night in the room, I heard Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. quoted, and a quote of his came to my mind as I was thinking about this. It's simple and direct. The time is always right to do what is right. And I will mention that I've already sent a couple of things to Senator Reapy from the best district in Nebraska, the 12th district, where I live. I'd be happy to try to connect you with people at Nebraska Medicine who are linked in one of the articles I mentioned. And I'm happy to discuss some of the evidence that I've seen as well. Better birth outcomes, 4 times reduced risk of having a low birth weight baby, half the risk of experiencing a birth complication, significantly more likely to be able to start and successfully breastfeed, as was mentioned by a prior testifier. And again, doulas are with minimal training. They also reduce epidurals and need for pain medication, which is making for a less invasive birth, less risk to mom and baby of having very potent anesthesia meds such as fentanyl or other meds in a medical setting, which leads to less risk and less likelihood of NICU stays. So as a physician, this just seems like an all-around win. Highlight that besides Black women, I delivered a lot of Spanish-speaking women and also Malayan women. I can walk in and speak to somebody in Spanish, but to have a towering white doctor come in when your first language isn't even Spanish, but a Mayan language like Chukan Habal or Mam, I can't imagine what that's like. I bet it's scary. I bet it would be a better experience for them, and also it would be more effective and safer to have a doula in those situations as well. I appreciate Senator McKinney for bringing this. I appreciate the honor of being able to speak, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Doctor, for being here. A good citizen of the 12th district, I might add. My question gets to be, as we've heard from a number of doulas that are Black by ethnicity, and you talked a little bit, I picked up on that one, you talked about Hispanics. Are there doulas out there that work with Spanish speaking? Well, I see some heads nodding back.
I would be almost certain. Again, I haven't delivered babies in a few years because of other changes in my practice, but yes, I would. The evidence would generalize to them, and physicians especially, but medical practitioners in general, being overrepresented as white men like me, as opposed to being more representative of the patients that they're taking care of. I think that it's particularly important when there's language barriers, not just for Spanish speakers, also for refugees such as Karen speakers from Myanmar, from areas in Africa. And again, it's as good as the physician or the obstetrician or the midwife's decision-making can be, having that additional emotional support, another set of eyes helping to advocate, that's going to be whatever the clinician's brain is plus a bonus. And so I think it's just always going to be a good thing.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for taking your time.
Absolutely.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Next testifier for LB 1278. Hi there.
Hi, good afternoon. Members of the Health and Human Services Committee, my name is Kelsey Ahrens, KELSEYARENDS, and I am the Healthcare Access Program Staff Attorney at Nebraska Appleseed, testifying in support of LB 1278 on behalf of Nebraska Appleseed. As you have heard, LB 1278 ensures that Nebraskans with Medicaid can access doula services. Medicaid plays a crucial role in ensuring that Nebraskans can access health care, currently providing coverage to over 345,000 Nebraskans, covering approximately 35% of all births in Nebraska and nearly half of all births in maternity care deserts. Low-income individuals covered by Medicaid tend to face more chronic conditions and risk factors that can negatively impact maternal health and birth outcomes. By providing health coverage to Nebraskans who have limited resources and limited options for coverage, Medicaid can be a critical tool addressing health disparities. Including doula care and comprehensive health coverage can improve health outcomes and result in cost savings. Evidence indicates that doula care can improve health outcomes and birthing experiences for both moms and babies. As you've heard, evidence has shown that doulas reduce the need for medical interventions like cesarean delivery, which can be riskier for pregnant people and babies. Doula support during pregnancy, birth, and postpartum further reduces rates of prematurity and illness in newborns and the likelihood of postpartum depression. Additionally, doula care also has the potential to reduce healthcare spending overall. Doula care's reduction in cesarean births alone can reduce costs, but doula care may also reduce costs by preventing birth complications. As you have heard, for many years, the maternal mortality rate in the U.S. has consistently worsened and exceeded that of other high-income countries, and longtime systemic inequities in the U.S. have contributed to particularly high maternal mortality rates for Black people and people of color. Additionally, disparities in maternal mortality exist among geographic regions, with the most rural counties seeing significantly more maternal deaths as compared to metropolitan counties. Doula care can help address racial disparities and other inequities in maternal health and improve maternal and birth outcomes. Because of the potential benefits of providing full spectrum doula coverage and because of the many different approaches available to implement coverage of doula services, the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, or CMS, is providing technical assistance to states on the ways in which doula services can be reimbursed under Medicaid. Appleseed supports LB 1278's proposal to have Nebraska join the growing number of states ensuring coverage of doula services. We also support the small change in bill language to clarify that Medicaid reimbursement would be paid directly to doula service providers. Because this bill will increase access to healthcare and address longstanding disparities and inequities while promoting cost savings, we respectfully urge this committee's support of LB 1278.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
The next testifier for LB 1278. Welcome.
Hi, thank you, Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Dr. Amber Brown Keebler, AMBER BROWN KEEBLER. I was not originally prepared to testify on this bill today, but I felt compelled to speak because of my personal experience as a birthing person and now mother. For my second pregnancy, I was in a rural town in Missouri, practicing there, and I was going to have to consider undergoing a vaginal birth after C-section. Back then 7 years ago, the evidence was pretty clear that doulas were resulting in improved health outcomes, and so I looked into that service for myself. Now I realize that I'm coming from a place of privilege and that we were able to afford these services out of pocket. It was not covered by our insurance at the time either. And
We had an incredible experience in a small hospital in St. Joe, Missouri with a doula. So knowing that this is successful in these smaller hospitals, I think is important. The entire birthing team, my OB gynecologist, our nursing staff, it was an incredibly positive experience. And I was very successful at being able to achieve a vaginal birth after C-section. I'm incredibly indebted to my doula who was with us through that experience. After that, I was also able to successfully breastfeed after I had not been able to for my first child, and that was incredibly important to me. And I know that it's very, very challenging for other mothers. I cannot imagine how much more difficult it would be for mothers who do not come from my place of education and experience in the healthcare system. Not only am I a physician in internal medicine and pediatrics, my husband is an ER doctor. And even we felt the benefit and the support of having help us get through the process. And I can't imagine it being any different for anyone else. And so I just wanted to thank Senator McKinney for introducing the bill and to just provide my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. The next testifier for LB 1278, proponents.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Scout Richters, SCOUTRICHTERS, here on behalf of the ACLU of Nebraska in support of LB 1278. We'd first like to thank Senator McKinney for bringing this bill. The ACLU of Nebraska works to ensure that Nebraskans can make reproductive decisions with autonomy and dignity. This work includes ensuring Nebraskans have access to birth control and abortion care, prenatal and maternal health care, and that the rights of pregnant and parenting students and workers are protected. Expanding funding under the Medical Assistance Act to fund doula services will ensure that more patients are supported in making decisions about their reproductive health care. As you've heard from other testifiers, increased access to patient supporters and advocates such as doulas can also help Nebraska address the persistent racial disparities in reproductive health. So for those reasons and the reasons stated by other testifiers, we urge your support of this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Appreciate it. Next testifier in support of LB 1278. Welcome.
Hey, good afternoon. My name is Paul Feilman, F as in Frank, EILMANN, 317 Clear Creek Drive, U10, Nebraska. And I won't take too much time. I wanted to bring up, I talked to Phil Hughes, who is at Douglas County Health Department over the lunch hour. And he sent me the current data on infant mortality for Douglas County. That is, he said this was in last year's State of Public Health report. Black infant mortality was 14.1 per 1,000 births, and whites was 3.9 per 1,000 births, and Hispanic was 1.7. So that's real clear racial disparity. The information that I gave out just really talks about, it's probably some other things. It's in your email that I sent today. It just talks about the value of the doula. And what I really wanted to say today is I testified, I think some of you guys were in the Urban Affairs Committee. The bill was introduced to develop poverty reduction plans in every city in the state. And this is a great template for how to do that. It's where you intervene. My undergrad degree is in child development. It's not rocket science to understand the earlier you intervene. And the issue about the doula things, it takes you through the birth, but then what? You've got the number of kids in poverty in some districts in this state are just, 75%. And if you intervene early, there's right now a study through the Whites Foundation has got a unique spot in a national study where they're intervening with mothers as soon as the baby is born, providing resources, and then monitoring their growth, their brain development, and they're into the 4th year now. And that data is going to be available and shows a lot of the interventions that they're doing. But it would be kind of what I've heard today, talking about the doula interventions. But then you got a pregnant mother who you got her all the way through the birth, and then it's like, see ya. You know, you got to continue those services all the way up, because those first 5 years is where the damage of poverty is most severe, and that's where the interventions could be. So hopefully that can be passed on to the anti-poverty game plan, as far as some of the things that Senator McKinney's other bill was looking at. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any questions? Seeing none, the next testifier of LB 1278. Any more proponents? Any opponents to LB 1278? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Allie French, ALLIE FRENCH. I first want to begin by saying that everybody who spoke before me is absolutely right. Our only reason for being here today is to express the concern that going under allowing Medicaid reimbursements would actually tie the hands of doulas. Many speak about wanting to be able to help low-income families or those in poverty. And I can tell you from actually recent conversation with the dentist, who's obviously has Medicaid reimbursement, that that's actually become nearly impossible for them. Those rates are determined often by zip code. And if you happen to be in the wrong zip code, you can't lower your prices to help individuals that you want to. So just because you provide the services that they want, they feel that you're the best characterized to help their needs and desires, doesn't mean that you're going to be able to then help those if you happen to serve from the wrong zip code. And so I think these are real concerns that need to be taken into consideration, that, you know, tying yourself closer to the government and putting those reimbursements in place don't always help. I think that the grants that, you know, many that are available out there are great. I think we should be looking at ensuring that those continue filled and available to doulas so that they can help those who can't afford their services. When I was pregnant, that was not a service I could afford. I was on Medicaid. It wasn't really in the cards. I also had a family who didn't see the benefit of it. But I think that comes down to the education side of things. And for so very long, we've been pushed and told that the medical professionals in the hospitals know best. And I can tell you from personal experience and having children then later on, that those who are here to help moms have their babies are in the best position to help them. Those advocates are absolutely necessary. We want people to have access to those, but I think the education side of things is where we need to focus, making sure that people know that they're an option. And again, through our communities, providing assistance so that they can have those tools. But to go in and take the reimbursement, I think that they're going to find their hands are actually more tied from helping the individuals that they'd like to help out. So that was our main concern. I don't really have anything else to add. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1278? Welcome.
Hello, my name is Joyce Dykema, JoyceDykema. I've been a birth doula in Lincoln since 2009. I'm certified with Dona International and Hypnobabies. I'm an evidence-based birth instructor. I'm a partnering birth doula, childbirth educator, and the doula mentor with the Malone Center's maternal wellness program. And I sit on the board of directors for Dona International as director of communications. I am testifying today on behalf of the Dona board of directors. Dona International is the only nonprofit member-owned doula organization delivering evidence-based training, education, and certification worldwide. Founded in 1992, our organization and its network of doulas first professionalized the doula role. We've certified over 16,000 doulas and support over 5,000 members in over 54 countries. Dona opposes LB 1278, surmising that it will result in unintended harm to doulas, childbearing families, Medicaid providers, and Medicaid recipients in Nebraska. The likelihood of exploitation due to the ambiguous, misleading, and incorrect definitions of doulas is high, putting extra strain on Medicaid dollars when the goal is improving perinatal outcomes and reducing costs through implementation of doula care. The definitions of a doula and full spectrum doula in LB 1278 do not reflect widely recognized definitions. DONA recognizes that the doula role precedes the modern profession and is widely accepted today by multiple doula organizations, the medical community, and the general public to mean a trained individual who provides non-medical, physical, emotional, and informational support and advocacy before, during, and after childbirth, while a full spectrum doula provides similar support from preconception through postpartum. The inaccurate definition of doulas in LB 1278 is so broad, it could include minimally trained support for any number of health-related experiences outside of pregnancy, birth, and postpartum. DONA supports the expansion of Medicaid to cover doula services for pregnancy, birth, and postpartum. However, we strongly oppose any legislation that does not center a diverse group of doulas from across the state of Nebraska, representing a wide variety of training organizations with all levels of experience in the development of Medicaid expansion. Outlining this process and the members developing this expansion is vital to include in the bill itself to ensure oversight and long-term sustainability of doula engagement, increasing the likelihood that doulas across the state will enroll. I'm proud to have served Nebraska families for the last 14 years. I believe Nebraska has the opportunity to come together to build a Medicaid benefit that will make a difference for our citizens. On behalf of DONA, I thank Senator McKinney and his colleagues for valuing doula support as one way to address the perinatal health crisis. While DONA opposes LB 1278 in its current form, I hope that you and your colleagues make the necessary changes to ensure success, and I look forward to collaborating as part of that process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none. We appreciate it. Next testifier in opposition to LB 1278. Welcome.
Thank you. I appreciate your hearing all of us this afternoon, and thank you for listening to me. I've evolved here listening to all of this, and I need to keep things short, obviously. So due to the time constraints, I must condense the last 36 years. Okay. I've been for 36 years teaching a comprehensive pregnancy, childbirth, postpartum, lactation, and early parenting class that's over 12 weeks long. I was also a labor assistant. This was prior to our being called doulas by Penny Simkin in 1992. We had a labor assistant with our second child and had a vaginal birth after cesarean. So that was at the beginning of the VBAC revolution. And I was working at St. Elizabeth's at the time and started this class. And they decided to send me to get trained by Penny Simkin. And she's the one who called us doulas. So their intent, St. Elizabeth's, was to have me trained not only to become a certified doula, but a birth doula trainer. And they implemented a volunteer doula program. So in exchange for sending me to be trained by Penny, I and one other person, a professional, you probably would know her name, I'm not going to share it, taught 4 pro bono classes to train the new doulas. So because I earned great respect, I ended up being part of the vanguard of doulas that had experience as labor assistants being trained by the experts. So by the time I had my training, we were doulas. And oops. So DONA International is the premier organization. They're the ones that started it all. And that included Marshall Klaus, Phyllis Klaus, John Kennel. They're the bonding physicians. They were my teachers, mentors, and friends. I went to multiple conferences through the years, and I'm getting goosebumps and could get teary. I miss them all. Phyllis is still living, and she's near and dear to me. But I learned by the best, and consequently, you continue learning. And so 36 years, I've done about 2,000 births. And from that standpoint, I definitely see and feel the connection to 1278. I will say, however, there's some wording that needs to be different. But at the same time, I've learned so much, and I'm very pleased to hear about, sorry, I'm on the red, aren't I? I apologize.
If we could ask you to wrap up as soon as you can.
Yes,
We
I'm
appreciate
wrapping.
your
I'm
experience and are
wrapping.
looking forward to it.
You bet. I've supported women from all cultures, including Tanzania. And the bill needs to be readdressed a little bit, attending to provide the education that is critical to produce the statistics that you seem to wish to benefit from. So the big general full spectrum may not be, you know, I'm certainly there's going to be some changes in regards to that, but to really get the benefits of doula care, lessening, and decreasing costs and so on, and increasing the value of life and so on. Definitely, it just needs to be rewritten a little bit.
Okay. Thank
Okay.
you. We appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Any questions? Seeing none.
Okay.
Thanks for being
You
here.
got it.
Next testifier in opposition to LB 1278. Going once. Going twice. Well, 2 is all we're going to do here. Neutral. Anybody in the neutral? Welcome.
Hello. My name is Becky Sherman, BECKY-SHERMAN. Good afternoon, evening, senators. My name is Becky Sherman, and I am a certified doula serving in the Lincoln and surrounding areas. I have been a birth doula for almost 17 years, and I've attended 300 births, spanning from Omaha to Red Cloud, Nebraska, including home, hospital, and cesarean births, with the occasional accidental side of the road car birth. I have served birthing persons between the ages of 16 and 48 with many diverse religious backgrounds, socioeconomical, racial, and ethnic backgrounds. I have also been a part of legislative activity through my advocacy and lobbying efforts with grassroots organizations centering around birth and birthing family rights since 2008. I believe in the idea that all families deserve to have a birth doula throughout their birthing process, including prenatal, labor, and postpartum times. I am testifying in a neutral position today, as I am in favor of all families having access to doula care without the barrier of finances, and I'm excited that other states have figured this out as well. I am concerned about the bill, however. Concern number one is the definition of birth doula inside this bill. The definition of a birth doula is, and has been mentioned many times, a trained professional labor assistant that provides physical, educational, and emotional support to pregnant individuals, and that is simply not what's listed in this bill. The definition of full spectrum doula as written in this bill also fails to include the complete definition of a full spectrum doula. A full spectrum doula would also include a doula for infertility, adoption, menstrual pain, abortions, and end-of-life care in hospice situations without any bias towards gender, family status, sexual orientation, religion, race, or any other qualities that would make it difficult for a person to find or hire a doula. I encourage a full and complete definition. My second concern has been addressed. My third concern would be the participants of the work group. I would like the bill to state from the beginning the importance and the state's intention for doulas from across the state, as well as across levels of experience, to be the center of this work group to determine compensation. Listing experts is not specific enough. I have been made aware that the team of experts would be medical experts and community family advocates. It has been my experience that many medical providers and other community leaders in the medical field highly undervalue, disrespect, and often are ignorant of my profession. Based on the language in this bill, the stakeholders mentioned here are also lacking information needed to fully understand what a doula is and what we do, let alone how to value our services in a comprehensive way. To address the 407 review.
Can I ask you to wrap your thoughts up?
Of course,
since
all
we're-
wrapped up.
We're into the red. Okay, thanks so much. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate it.
Thank you.
Anyone else in the neutral for LB 1278? Very good. Senator McKinney, would you come back for close? And we have 26 proponents, 14 opponents, and letters 3 in the neutral.
Thank you. And thank you for everyone that came to testify in support. Thank you for those who came and opposed and neutral to offer your suggestions and feedback. One thing I will say, and I say this for any of my bills, and I was looking at the date of production of LB 1278 and the time of this hearing. I would have loved it if any of those in opposition or neutral would have reached out to me, offered those suggestions a lot earlier. We would have tried to address those concerns a lot earlier and not the week of or the day of. So for future references, if you oppose a bill, reach out a lot sooner. So we could try to clear up those concerns and maybe we can address those prior to a hearing. But I will say, I would hope that this committee would vote LB 1278 out. If we need to make some changes within the amendment to address some of the concerns that were stated by some of the individuals today, I'm open to it. I'm willing to work with any of the partners that came before us today as proponents and try to get this passed. I think it's important. I wish the hearing was a lot sooner because we're, priority deadlines are, today and tomorrow. So I know, I'm not sure if you guys have a committee package or anything put together yet. So I'll try to talk to Chair Hansen, but I'm hopeful that we could get this out because I just think it's very important, especially last year, this legislature passed a bill that is very restrictive on women and, women that are going to deal with births and, in my opinion, kind of forcing births. So if we're going to do that as a state, I think we should be doing all we can to make sure we're taking care of women during their births and making sure that they get the proper care that they need as they go through that process. I think that's the least we can do, especially for Black women who deal with the worst outcomes during birth. So I'll open myself up to questions if you have any.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, we appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
This concludes our hearing of LB 1278. And we will be moving on to LB 1111. We'll wait just a moment, Senator Clements, as we wait for the folks to find their way out who want to leave this place. Granted, the popcorn is gone, but all of the activity and fun is still going on. So it looks like we're settled finally. Senator Clements, we're ready when you're ready.
Thank you, Vice Chair Harden. Members of the Health and Human Services Committee, I am Rob Clements, ROB CLEMENTS. I represent Legislative District 2. I am here to introduce LB 1111. LB 1111 would require a local public health department organized as a city-county health department located in a county with a population greater than 200,000 to obtain approval from the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services before implementing directed health measures, DHMs, pertaining only to a national or multi-state pandemic. Doing this would bring more continuity of DHMs across the state for the citizens of Nebraska during larger pandemic situations. Currently, only a local health department organized under Section 71-1630, parenthesis 4, as a city-county health department located in a county with a population greater than 200,000 people can implement DHMs without the approval of DHHS. The Lincoln-Lancaster carve-out was created by the legislature with the passage of LB 185 in 1997. To date, only the city of Lincoln and Lancaster County have established a public health department under this subsection. The three changes made in this bill apply to: 1, communicable disease investigation, immunization, vaccination, testing, and prevention measures, including measures to arrest the progress of communicable diseases. 2, environmental health related to prevention measures. 3, duties of the health director with regard to investigation of the existence of any contagious or infectious disease, and adoption of measures to arrest the progress of the disease. These three instances would only be subject to approval by the Department of Health and Human Services when a national or multi-state pandemic has been declared by the CDC. In all other circumstances, the local health department would direct localized issues. The bill also requires the Board of Health of such district to have a public hearing after a 10-day notice before enacting rules and regulations. This language also occurs in Section 71-1631, which applies to all other health departments in Nebraska. It is my belief that no strong evidence or data supports allowing Lincoln and Lancaster County to create their own DHMs apart from the rest of the state in multi-state or national pandemic situations. There is no apparent unique health risk in Lancaster County that would demand different treatment than the rest of the state in that situation. This exception caused divisions among local communities located in this jurisdiction and caused inconsistency in the DHMs implemented to address the COVID-19 pandemic across Nebraska. Many constituents who contacted my office believe that this unique power allowed overreaching local DHMs to encroach upon their personal liberty when residents in the rest of the state were free to make their own decisions regarding exposure to health risks. Many Lincoln businesses were forced against their will to enforce a mask mandate on their premises. Some Lancaster County school districts outside of Lincoln were also forced to follow a DHM that may not have fit their individual needs. The Lincoln mask mandate was particularly restrictive, lasting on and off more than 600 days. Industrial hygienist Dr. Stephen Petty questions the effectiveness of simple non-respirator face masks, mention of microscopic airborne disease. He argues that there is little potential health benefit to wearing a mask, and this is greatly outweighed by the health risk of prolonged mask use. In addition, Lincoln made no distinction between the quality of the mask, paper, cloth, N95, or something else in its DHM. Mask mandates in Lancaster County occurred over 3 separate time periods: 10 months from July 2020 to May of 2021. Then there was a break in the mask mandate. Then it began again for 4 months from August 2021 through December 2021. Then there was a 22 break. Then it continued about 1 month from January 2022 to February 2022. When Lincoln's mask mandate expired on December 23, 2021, national coronavirus cases were trending downward. However, in response to a national trend, Lincoln brought back the mask mandate 3 weeks later on January to many Lincolnites' disdain. It was dropped about a month later. Local officials may believe the status of their mask mandate was the reason case numbers trended higher and lower, but that conclusion is suspect in light of more meaningful national trends. On again, off again, local responses such as this are a clear example of why in these widespread pandemic situations, local power to impose separate health mandates should be limited. Usually, I prefer keeping local decisions pertaining to local regulations as close as possible to those affected by them. This bill still does this. In the event of a local measles, chickenpox, or other localized outbreak, Lincoln and Lancaster Health Department would have every power to take measures they deem appropriate. It has become clear to me that a statewide pandemic of an airborne virus would be best dealt with on a statewide level when considering DHMs. Having consistent DHMs throughout the state benefits our citizens by leveling the economic playing field for businesses, treating our residents as equally and fairly as possible, and eliminating citizen confusion. I should mention that Section 71-1612, included at the beginning of this bill, applies to a health district, which is a concept never used in our state, and this does not apply to Lancaster County. It is my understanding that this section will be removed in a revisor or cleanup bill. As always, I'm willing to work with the committee to improve the bill in any way. Thank you for your consideration of LB 1111. I'll answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? Senator Reapy.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Clements. Good to see you again. My question would be were you asked to bring this from a particular group, or is this your own reflection?
This is my own. I brought a bill similar to this a couple of years ago.
Okay.
And I brought it again.
Okay. I'm just curious if it was the county government or somebody or any, I thought maybe you had special meetings with DHHS.
No, nobody has prompted me to do this. It's,
Okay.
my opinion as to what I think is best for the state.
Right. Well, thank you. Thank you for being here.
Any other questions? Will you be with us to close?
Yes, I did leave you a handout showing the mask mandate dates and an article from 2022 of someone being frustrated with the mandates.
Okay. It looks like we have a late arriver on the question front.
I'm just trying to, stay awake here, so I thought I'd ask a question. I had a late night last night. I do have a question. It just kind of perked up my ears when you said you're bringing this just because of your own opinion. So I'm wondering about any data, research, statistics that you might have that go along with the opinion that you have.
Well, it's my opinion also influenced by constituents who complain and make comments of concern regarding this. I shouldn't just say it's my opinion. I received other concerns from constituents, but no, I wouldn't say I have data, but I have also not had any other county, including Douglas County, come forward and have a carve out for themselves. All the other counties in the state are required to be under approval of DHHS. There's more for uniformity. In my previous bill, it put Lancaster under requirement for approval on anything they wanted to do, which all the other counties have that requirement. This, I thought that was probably overreaching in my case, and this one is a national or multi-state pandemic is the only thing you'll find in here as triggering this bill.
Very good. Senator Reapy.
I had a little follow-up question as I was looking over some notes. I can tell you, I think it works in Omaha. We may have some other people that can clarify this too. But I know, having served on the school board too, is they immediately went to the University of Nebraska Med Center with a specialist, and they relied on that individual. And it was very spontaneous in terms of getting quick turnarounds to answers. I get real nervous when I think about the Department of Health and Human Services at the Capitol, about how fast they can or will turn around a response. I mean, this is something that maybe has to happen in hours, not in days, not in weeks, but like lickety split, I guess it would be the word. That's my major concern.
And
Hey, you can respond to that. I didn't mean to lecture. I just kind of.
all right, yeah, I would respond that the state does have a state medical director, as you folks know. And back then, I believe he was very responsive quickly on when action needed to be taken. And we have a medical director that would take responsibility, I believe, quickly.
But I would kind of respond by saying Omaha has an Ebola center. So they're very, at the national level, very high on the knowledge list. And so, quite frankly, and I love the medical director, he's a great guy, but I would trust the Ebola staff down there in the Omaha market.
I would agree. Yes, the UNMC is cutting edge in that regard.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll see you at the end. Proponents for LB 1111. Any proponents? Any opponents for LB 1111? Welcome back.
Hello again.
Thank you again.
I'm back again. This is Amber Brown Keebler. And now I'm on behalf of the League of Women Voters in Nebraska. I'll spell my name AMBER, BROWNKEEBLER. We are testifying today in opposition of LB 1111. Since its founding in 1920 as a nonpartisan organization, the League of Women Voters has worked diligently for equal rights of all Americans. One of the first issues the League of Women Voters of Nebraska focused on was protecting and promoting public health, specifically efforts in the 1930s to establish a city health department in Omaha. Recognizing the wide-reaching impact of coordinated government-led, expert-informed health initiatives, the League has continued to advocate for strong public health policy free from political pressure. LB 1111 states that will require city county health departments to obtain the approval of the Department of Health and Human Services in issuing these directed health measures in the case of national multi-state pandemic. This bill clearly limits the abilities of local health departments to act expeditiously in the event of health emergencies and would delay necessary preventative steps leading to negative health outcomes for citizens. It is in this tradition of civic engagement and equity that the League of Women Voters of Nebraska strongly opposes LB 1111. A 2021 study by the Network for Public Health Law shows that other states that have enacted such laws have experienced delays in public health measures like mask wearing, social distancing, and quarantine, and this poses an immediate threat to life and health. Legislation to stop expert public health agencies from leading the response to health emergencies creates unforeseen serious risks to life and health. And these legislation also strips authority from public health agencies, and the executive branch infringes on the constitutional separations of powers and undermines effective government response. These laws would make it harder to advance health equity during a pandemic that has disproportionately sickened and killed Black, Hispanic, and Latino Indigenous Americans. After summarizing similar legislative efforts in several other states, the Network for Public Health Law report concludes, reforms to emergency authority should be carefully crafted to ensure that public health officials retain the authority to act quickly to address public health emergencies. Current legislation under consideration, however, does not meet this standard. These proposed enacted laws would add a level of bureaucracy and politics that undercut the flexibility and timeliness of local public health orders, making it harder for public health experts on the front lines to protect and respond to local communities. In this light, we as the League of Women Voters strongly oppose LB 111 and ask that you do not advance the proposed legislation.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none?
Thank you.
Thanks. Next person in opposition to LB 1111. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Vice Chair Harden and members of the Health and Human Services. John Cannon, Joncannon. I'm the Executive Director of the Nebraska Association of County Officials, also known as NACO, here to testify today in respectful opposition to LB 1111. Certainly want to thank Senator Clements for bringing this bill. I think these are always good times for us to have a good conversation about what local control is and what that means. And so, the fact that it's Valentine's Day, I think I'll just mention that we love local control at the county level. We want to preserve the balance between state and local control. Not exactly related to this particular issue, but regarding the governor's tax plan, we recently commissioned a poll. One of the first questions we asked in that poll was, what do you think about state versus local control, and who should be in charge of the effort at the local level? And overwhelmingly, Nebraskans think that they trust their county leaders and their local leaders. And so, from a community standpoint, we think that's wise advice to heed. In speaking about striking that balance, last year this committee heard LB 421 was from Senator Kauth. We have worked fairly diligently with Senator Kauth, a lot of months of negotiating to making that bill better, to a place that we can reasonably say that we're supportive of the efforts that she wants to make, and that really does strike that balance between state and local control. And we certainly don't want those months of negotiation to really go to waste. We think that we're in a good place with that. We'd really be starting over if we advance this bill. One of the other things I want to mention is the subject of interlocal agreements. To the extent that you have that sort of cooperation between a city and a county, I think that's a model to be emulated, not struck down. And I've heard it said that, why should Lancaster be different? Well, they don't have to be different, frankly. This is a model that could be emulated elsewhere in the state. It's not like you're putting a screen around Lancaster County. By that logic, we're not exactly putting a screen around the state of Nebraska if we have every decision coming from a central location. Well, I wish you all a happy Valentine's Day, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? We're letting you off easy.
All right. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in opposition to LB 1111? Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, committee members. I'm Dr. Kevin Richmuth, R-E-I-C-H-M-U-T-H. I'm a pulmonary critical care physician here in Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm representing myself, also my practice at Nebraska Pulmonary Specialties here in Lincoln, and the Lancaster County Medical Society. I'm speaking in opposition to LB 1111. I'm sure you've heard the term, all disasters are local. This is an important operational framework for disaster response, of which I think COVID-19 pandemic is a good example of a sustained disaster that required sustained response. Local authorities understand their communities and situation on the ground. They tend to make decisions that are best for their community in a collaborative way. We experienced this firsthand in Lancaster County. As it related to the COVID disaster, we were dealing with an ever-changing, highly infectious respiratory virus. Multiple surges resulted in increased infections, hospitalizations, and deaths. As you know, our healthcare system over the entire strait was under tremendous strain. Being in a tertiary center was even more challenging, since we needed to do our best to get patients transferred from smaller outstate locations to hospital systems here that had higher levels of respiratory support, including advanced intensive care unit management and respiratory support capabilities. As difficult as this was, the saving grace was the collaboration of our local stakeholders. This included the mayor's office, Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department, the healthcare systems, and frontline medical professionals, of which I worked with. We appreciated the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services support, and we were grateful that our current framework did not bureaucratize or politicize public health decisions, such as directed health measures. I felt blessed, and I certainly heard and saw from other communities the challenges they face because of those barriers. It's important to be able to use the tools as directed health measures in a timely manner to protect individuals and sometimes healthcare resources and capacity. Of course, there's competing interests as it relates to restrictions of individual freedoms, and I respect these concerns. I felt that the Lincoln Lancaster County response took these into account. Decisions were made based on epidemiologic and medical information in a timely manner and were rescinded when necessary. I see the red, or I guess I get yellow, it's my warning. I would point out that if you look at Lancaster County's death rate, it was 42% lower than the rest of the state. We believe that a large part of that was the ability to respond without the bureaucratization and politicization that often occurs, as we saw nationwide. I would also point out that I'm certainly happy to provide the committee with a publication that would support this as well. This is published in the International Journal of Health Planning and Management.
If you could wrap your thoughts up.
Sure.
That would be great.
In September of 2023, which further supported that higher level control on public health authority impacted response and increased death rates. And I'd be happy to provide that study if necessary. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Questions, Senator Reed?
Thank you for being here. Are you aware that in the process, there's a piece of legislation that comes through that would require any of these actions taken by health directors to have a vote of elected officials, whether that's at the county level or at the city council or something like that? And I don't know how that bill's going to go. How did you here in Lancaster County or Lincoln, who made the call?
Well, I would say it was a collaboration, as I mentioned.
I don't like group decisions, but go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I think the ultimate decision maker was the Lancaster County Health Department health director, but in collaboration with the rest of us.
In collaboration with whom?
With healthcare professionals, healthcare systems.
Was there a vote on it by the elected officials?
No.
Okay, I'm just giving you a heads up on it. That's what's rolling down the track.
Sure. And to your point earlier, my concern with that is when you're dealing with a public health emergency, time can be of the essence, and any responses that happen now won't have an impact as it relates to that surge until much later. So you're already behind the 8 ball when you're trying to deal with these things.
And I think their response is fundamentally, they respond to a lot of floods and everything else in a matter of telephone calls and those kinds of things. They think they're fairly responsive. I've talked to some county commissioners and stuff like that in Douglas County, but thank you. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate your opinion. Thank you.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Whoops.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No. So you're a pulmonologist.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you because we would not have fared as well as we did, whatever that is, without people like you in the medical profession and putting your own health and safety and your families on the line. So thank you for that. And thank you for testifying today.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Any other questions? Senator Bauer.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you for being here. In your testimony, you say we've learned some lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic to help us respond better to possibly the next one. Can you outline those? We had a way to hear into this and around that.
Sure. Well, I think what we learned is that I'll be honest that we were handcuffed many times, and things that I think would have helped save lives and reduce spread. And again, I feel fortunate in Lancaster County, but some of the things that could have been enacted, and I know this gets centered largely on masking, but that's only one modality that's used in directed health measures. So I think what we learned is that, and everything, leading up is to, preparedness for whatever, pandemic is next. And so I think what we've learned is that we definitely need to improve our public health capability and response. And to me, LB 1111 goes the opposite direction. And as I stated, and I think the comment made earlier, what I would encourage is improving the, again, all disasters are local, allowing the local response amongst the public health authorities.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you. The next. Welcome.
Hi. Good afternoon, Senators. My name is Dr. Ann O'Keefe, ANNEO''Keefe. I'm a board certified public health and preventive medicine physician. I've had 25 years of experience working in the United States public health system at the federal, state, and local level. This includes 15 years as a senior epidemiologist at the Douglas County Health Department. I also have experience working for Nebraska DHS and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. In these roles, I've participated in responding to small and large outbreaks, single cases of diseases that constituted public health emergencies, seasonal influenza epidemics, and an influenza pandemic, and the 2001 anthrax bioterrorism attack, and COVID-19. Today, I'm speaking on my own behalf and as a private citizen and a public health expert. I'd like to make 4 main points about the bill that concern me. The first is that Nebraska has worked very hard to develop a strong local public health system and has been acclaimed for this. This bill erodes that. In 2001, the Nebraska Legislature made a groundbreaking decision to ensure that every Nebraskan would have a local health department that can provide core public health functions. These local health departments are in the best position to know their communities and quickly detect public health threats that affect them. They have been empowered to respond quickly to public health threats and to make rules and regulations to safeguard the health of their communities. I'd like to read you a small part of the legislative intent of the bill that created them. The legislature declares that each local health department should be able to carry out core public health functions, including assessment and policy, prevention of illness and disease, assurance of services, including public health nursing, health education, and environmental health services. In addition to the language in this bill that refers to a specific local health department, there's also language that adds subject to approval from the DHHS to a sentence that just describes health districts and their core functions. This bill will create unnecessary obstructions and delays that will chip away at the ability of Nebraska's local public health system to provide effective public health services. Oh, I'm already on yellow. My second point, I'm not going to talk about because the previous testifier talked about local emergencies, but I do want to mention the terminology about pandemic situations and that there is no such thing as a national or multi-state pandemic. Pandemics are global issues, and CDC does not declare them. Practical definitions of pandemic or epidemic or outbreak involve understanding the biology of disease and having the public health and epidemiologic expertise to determine if the disease is causing more illness than is expected, and having expertise to apply this knowledge to new or emerging diseases. Each public health threat is unique and each response is unique. In conclusion, I believe it's a mistake to legislatively impair the practice of public health and erode the local public health system we have worked so hard to create because of one specific situation. Thank you, and I will answer any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, thank you. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1111? Welcome back.
Thank you, Vice Chair Harden. Senators of the HHS Committee and Senator Clements. My name is Alex Dvorak, ALEXDWORAKMD. It is my honor to once again testify before you today on LB 111. This is a complex topic, and I will do my utmost to address it in 3 minutes in my capacity as a Nebraska primary care physician with particular and relevant expertise in infectious disease and care of the underserved, as well as a proven track record of commitment to public health, notably the 2023 UNMC College of Public Health Defender of Public Health Award, one of the proudest achievements of my career. I interpret this bill as a means of blocking local jurisdictions from instituting mask mandates during a pandemic, full stop. The text of the bill subjects local control of such measures to approval by Nebraska DHHS, which logically follows that the decision will not be made by local polities who know their own circumstances on the ground, but rather political appointees of the governor of Nebraska. Based on these statements, records, and appointments of former Governor Ricketts and Governor Pillen about masks, that will clearly mean a partisan animus against such directed health measures and the professionals who supported them, including public rhetorical attacks and lawsuits. This is about saving lives or preventing human suffering, pure and simple. Mask mandates were professionally estimated to 87,000 lives before the end of 2020, which was when I spurred Ralston to enact a mask mandate with an assist from Senator Wayne and a vote from the local city councilman, including Mayor Grosser and Ralston. I did that to try to keep my hospital and ICU colleagues from being broken in an already incredibly stressful situation so they could remain able to save the lives of people who needed critical care. 3 examples of this. One, a fit, healthy ICU nurse from Utah named Jill Holker who got COVID in the line of duty. She needed a double lung transplant, having her chest cracked open and spread apart, and she will be on immunosuppressive meds and carrying those scars for the rest of her life. Example 2, a Guatemalan immigrant patient of mine who lived with painful chronic disease, but still always had a smile when talking about her family who she worked to support. I saw her in the parking lot outside my health center in 2020 in the summer for COVID. She looked terrible and staggered into the ambulance, struggling to breathe. Senator Clements, if I close my eyes, I can still see her face as clear as I can see yours. She quickly died despite world-class medical care at UNMC. Example 3, Dr. Lorna Breen, a renowned teaching physician, dual boarded in internal med and emergency medicine, who was on the front lines in New York during the worst of COVID in 2020. She was broken by being overwhelmed with COVID and losing so many patients, and that moral injury was directly responsible for her death by suicide. Health professionals are not disposable. We can break. If anyone advances this bill because some of your constituents were annoyed or inconvenienced about wearing a mask that transplant surgeons routinely wear for 12 to 14 hours as they save somebody's life, that is callously straining and disregarding the professionalism of every healthcare worker who answers the call and runs toward danger in the name of duty and humanity when the next pandemic hits. We've had 7 million hospitalizations and over 1 million deaths from COVID in the United States so far. I'll close by saying that, Senator Clements, it would bring me great joy to provide you with extensive evidence of the effectiveness of mask mandates and masks themselves from the medical and public health literature from professionals with much more relevant expertise than industrial hygienists. I appreciate you allowing me to speak on this very personal and emotional topic. I'll be very happy to take any questions that you might have.
Thanks. Questions? Seeing none. Thank you. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1111? Welcome.
I think maybe I should say good evening now. I appreciate being able to speak to the committee. I'm Patricia Lopez, Patricia Lopez. I'm the director of Lincoln Lancaster County Health Department, and I'm here today to speak in opposition to LB 1111. It's critical that, as you've been hearing, that local public health officials have the ability to take rapid action to reduce the impact of infectious diseases, authority that our department has used very judiciously for over 100 years. During my 40-year career, our department has faced many infectious disease health threats, not just from COVID-19. And you can look at the list, I want to be respectful of the time. But these are many things that you don't hear about because we are able to respond rapidly and quickly and control the spread of the disease. That's what we're focused on in public health. And I want to say that all of our consultation occurs with our local medical community to guide decisions and assess the local situation, consider relevant factors, and take action. And our focus is always making the public's health the top priority. With COVID-19, we had a small amount of time before it arrived in Lincoln. Our health department team with expertise in epidemiology, infectious disease, public health nursing, and environmental health continuously assess the spread of COVID-19 virus. We activated our pandemic response plan. Partners in local medical providers, education systems, business, and industry were brought together, and a multi-agency unified command system was activated to constantly monitor and to respond to the emergency. We established two-way communication with our partners and communities throughout the pandemic. We relied on evidence-based practices advocated by CDC, the American Medical Association, American Academy of Pediatrics. Our goals were not to just save the hospital system, but also reduce illness and death and lessen the impact on our schools, colleges, healthcare system, businesses, and government operations. We even provide information to the unicameral on how to operate safely. Our actions were informed by consultation with our department's infectious disease, medical consultant, local medical providers, business elected officials, state epidemiologists, and experts at UNMC Global Center for Health Security and the Johns Hopkins Bloomberg School of Public Health. I want to get to the point here. Our local directed health measures had a clear and measurable impact of slowing the spread of the virus, resulting in fewer people becoming ill and fewer people dying. Sadly, by February 22nd, there were 424 deaths in our community due to
Am I gonna
COVID-19.
encourage
I
you to
will.
wrap up quickly?
I will. These were our friends, neighbors, grandparents, parents, and siblings. If we had the same death rate as Nebraska, 230 more people would have died. Johns Hopkins analyzed over 700 counties with similar demographics and found that Lancaster County was in the lowest 10% for death rates in the nation. This is strong data for evidence of the local directed health measures.
Thank you. Senator Reapy.
I have what I think is one question, because I don't believe any of us exists as an island. And you mentioned CDC, Johns Hopkins, UN Med Center. Do you have one source that you go into in a crisis this is your lifeline?
We have to monitor what's happening around and what measures
I'm
have
talking
worked.
outside of Lancaster, Lincoln, or Nebraska. I'm talking trying to get a national perspective.
You know, we focus a lot on CDC,
Okay.
but in public health, you can't just look, you have to look at the medical. It's an art and a science.
But
Senator
one of them has to
Reapy.
be your first call.
Yeah, and so that's why we have to focus on both those areas. We take that information. But we worked really closely, if you want to talk about like in-state, with the Global Center, Dr. Lawler personally, who couldn't be here today and submitted a letter.
Okay, and he's with the Omaha Med Center.
Yeah, with the Global Center for
Yeah,
Health
that is
Security.
who we were referred to from the hospitals.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other questions? Seeing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1111? Hello.
Hello. And all sorts of stuff. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Julia Cowan, Juliakeown. I'm a registered nurse of almost 7 years, and I have over 18 years of direct care experience with underserved Nebraskans. I am here on behalf of the Nebraska Nurses Association, the NNA, speaking in opposition to LB 1111. The following statements represent the NNA's position. There are actually, looks like 6 statements. I'm going to cut a few for clarity, but you guys have a copy. We are proud and fortunate in the great state of Nebraska to have nurses leading our most populous public health departments, Douglas and Lancaster counties. They are highly educated in population health and epidemiology and are experts in public health practice. Health directors and local health boards are uniquely qualified to follow the public health ethical standards that guide evidence-based public health practice, including the balance of optimal targets for health and well-being, and in cases balancing the autonomy, freedom, privacy, and other populations for common good. Requiring approval of the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. Specifically, I'm just going to mention our last chief medical officer was a bariatric surgeon, and our current one is an ear, nose, and throat specialist. So neither of these people have any expertise whatsoever in public health implementation. So just as an aside, requiring approval of the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services to issue directed health measures, DHMs, during a pandemic creates bureaucratic red tape that will delay implementation of emergency public health services. Further, the legislative intent behind this law undermines the education experience and skill set of the public health director, who is uniquely qualified to implement evidence-based practice. I am going to say, just kind of editorialize this by saying on the last page, it does mention something about having a 10-day notice in general circulation prior to a hearing in order to implement these DHMs. Clearly, This was written by someone who does not understand public health. Just a crash course in public health, you often have diseases where you have one person who is infected, right? So, and then you have this thing called R naught. That one person who is infected by a disease will, say you have an R naught of 4, right? That one person who is infected by the disease will infect 4 people. Omicron, the COVID variant, had an R naught of approximately 4 or 5. Okay, so I calculated it out.
Wrap your thoughts.
Well, thank you. I calculated it out. So in approximately 10 to 11 days, you go from one person infected with COVID using that R naught to, let's see, what did I get? 11,718,750. So that completely undercuts any point to using, to having public health and DHMs. So we need to be able to have this on a local level.
Thank you. Questions? None?
Okay.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Next person in opposition to LB 1111. Welcome.
Senators, my name is Thomas Safranek, Safranek. I'm a physician, board certified internal medicine and infectious disease. I had the honor and privilege of serving the people of Nebraska for 31 years on the inside at the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services. The early part of my career was the Nebraska Department of Public Health, and then in the late 90s, we converted to this umbrella agency with the Division of Public Health subsumed under an umbrella agency. I would like to say during my time, I have been impressed at the quality and skill of our local health departments. They have matured since the early 2000s when they were first established. We've developed very cohesive working relationships with them. I did, and the rest of the agency, the staff that coordinated public health throughout the state. Douglas County and Lincoln Lancaster had extraordinary local health departments. We had very positive working relationships, collegial relationships. We learn from them, they learn from us. They learn from us. One item that, well, I guess it did get mentioned. There was so much of what I had to say when you come at the end has already been covered, but the leadership at the Department of Health and Human Services, and particularly the Division of Public Health, has not been focused on and scrutinized. Perhaps doesn't have any knowledge of what public health is all about and who should be appointed to that position, and very respectfully, this committee. And I encourage this committee to ask the question of individuals appointed to the executive leadership positions. What qualifies you to oversee the Division of Public Health? What skill sets do you have that you will bring to leadership in the service of public health in Nebraska? And what are your goals and expectations for the Division of Public Health in Nebraska? My perspective from the years in my position as I look at who has come into leadership roles through these appointments is a very discouraging report back in terms of qualified with subject matter expertise. I will say they are good people. They are honorable people. They are decent people. I would in no way detract from their human, their virtue and their goodness as human beings. And so I really am almost reluctant to bring the issue up. But in terms of professional skill sets, why we would say we're going to take this responsibility away from dedicated career professionals in the local health departments who've built coalitions and have engaged the stakeholders within their jurisdictions, and move that up to governor appointees who have been in their position for a very brief period.
To wrap your thoughts?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm good, except to say I look forward to further testimony on LB 1086, where we do professionalize what I hope to be the Department of Public Health. Thank you, Senator Walz.
Thank you. Any questions? I don't see any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in opposition to LB 1111? Anyone in the neutral for LB 1111? Seeing none, Senator Clements, if you would not mind coming back to close. In the meantime, I'm looking for the letters. Do we have any letters? There are letters. There were 15 proponents, 13 opponents, and 1 in the neutral.
Thank you, Vice Chair Harden. And thank you for hearing my bill. The reply would have some of these. The bill is not affecting localized health dangers or decisions. Was intended to be when it's widespread. The word pandemic may have been incorrectly used. I meant widespread, statewide at least. But no other county has requested a carve out like Lancaster that I know of. And so I'm inferring apparently DHHS worked with the other health departments during the COVID situation. None of the opponents have requested that all counties be exempt from DHHS possible approval. I would admit that the 10-day notice should have an emergency exception. And that is not in the bill, and it would be advisable, I agree, with a quickly spreading disease should have an exception of that sort. That was all I had.
Okay. Any questions? I was impressed, Mr. Chairman of Appropriations, that you brought us a note with a 0 on it. So thank you for that.
That's my goal.
Seeing no other questions, we appreciate it. Thanks. This closes our hearing on LB 1111. We're moving on to LB 1007. And Senator Walz.
Thank you, sir. All this is okay. Now we have 9:07 in the afternoon. How fast do we have if we don't have a calendar? Second. Okay. So this one deals with what?
I believe we are ready. Thank you, Senator Walz.
Thank you, Vice Chair Harden. And members of the, this is Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Lynn Walz, LYNNEWALZ, and I represent Legislative District 15. I am introducing LB 1007, which was a concept which was initially brought to me by a constituent. And these are my favorite when they're brought to me from one of my constituents. Currently, an individual has to file 2 separate applications for supplemental security income and Medicaid. These applications are often duplicative and burdensome for individuals that are typically going through large life changes or experiencing medical difficulties. Nebraska is currently one of only 7 states to require the state Medicaid agency to determine eligibility for Medicaid instead of allowing the Social Security Administration to determine eligibility while they are approving SSI. This forces individuals to apply separately to the state Medicaid agency and to the Social Security Administration. Most states have a very different approach. 33 states are entered into what is known as a 1634 agreement. Under a 1634 agreement, individuals who are approved for supplemental security income by the Social Security Administration would automatically be approved for Medicaid. This streamlines the application process for families that would otherwise be filling out additional paperwork and waiting additional time for extremely important things. LB 1007 would have the Department of Health and Human Services submit a state plan amendment to the Federal Centers for Medicare and Medicaid to authorize Medicaid eligibility for individuals that are already eligible for the federal Social Supplemental Security Income Program. I would also like to add that the LB 376 report that came out at the end of last year recommended that the state review entering into a 1634 agreement and the impact it may have. LB 1007 is a common sense step to reducing red tape for families in need, and I think also reducing additional work and red tape for the people who work in our government. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Senator Reapy.
Thank you for being here. My question would be this, is the states that automatically do that, can you give me 2 or 3 of those states that do that?
Can I give it to you on my closing?
Or you could do that.
All right.
I just want to find out whether they're very progressive or very conservative states. That's where I'm going, just to give you a tip.
Oh, okay.
So if it's New York, I'm in California, I'm fine with it. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Jim.
Can you unpack the 1634 a little bit more for us newbies?
Yeah, at closing? At closing, how's
Thank
that?
you.
Sorry, thanks.
Any other questions? Not, I'll turn it back over to Chair.
You know what, and if I can't, there may be somebody else coming up who probably can.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Well, we'll take our first testifier in support to LB 1007.
Hello, my name is Edison McDonald. I'm the executive director for the ARC of Nebraska. I'm sorry, EDISON, MCDONALD. I'm the executive director of the ARC of Nebraska, here advocating for people with intellectual and developmental disabilities. I know it's been a long day for y'all, and this is a really complex bill, but I think we can simplify it a whole bunch. I want to start off with over the last few years, this committee has worked with us in the disability community to find pathways towards ensuring we have a better developmental disability system. Speaker Arch in particular really pointed out how it just seems like it's kind of layered all over the place. It's not clear, there's not a plan. So we got the 376 study, which the recommendations were amazing. So the first handout that y'all have is the 376 study that walks through those recommendations. And I hope that that's something y'all are gonna watch and in the next year introduce legislation reflecting some of those recommendations. One of those, however, is up, and that would be to shift to become a 1634 state as proposed in LB 1007. So then shifting to the other handout that I gave you, this is direct from the CMS Program Operations Manual system that really walks through the different types of states. So you've got first what are called 209B states, and they have additional criteria on top of what the federal government has. And I've spent a lot of time talking to other states trying to figure out how does this work. What I've found is that all states really hate it. SSI criteria states, if they know about it, aren't very emphatic about it, or they very much dislike it. And 1634 states, it works so well and easy they don't even realize. So the second category is SSI criteria states. That's what Nebraska is currently. States that use SSI criteria, basically what we're doing is we're double guessing Social Security. We're going back and making the same basic assessment and then saying, this is our determination. Now, the problem comes when we're wrong, which happens, unfortunately, more. And so what we deal with then are a lot of cases that get bounced back, families who are eligible, but then get bounced back improperly, lawsuits, and a lot of back and forth between us and DHHS on these types of cases. Whereas with the 1634 state, we would just get the data exchange from Social Security. It would give it to us nice, clean, and concise, and make sure that we had the answer, make sure that we weren't dealing with those cases that were improperly denied or those cases where we end up in litigation. So I think this is a tremendous place to shift to. Senator Reapy, to your question, I do have the states listed in that secondary handout. And so that breaks down where those states are. And with that, I'll take any questions, or Mr. Gray behind me is an excellent expert in this subject.
Are there any questions from the committee? Yes, Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Senator Hansen. You've had some time to observe this. One of my questions gets to be is, should we go this way? It looks like it's rather an automated way to go. So my question would be is, how many employees in DHHS can we expect to be downsized, given this efficiency? 5, 10?
Yeah, I don't have an exact answer to that, and
I'm sure
I know the interim director's back there, and so I think he'll talk with you a little bit more about that. I do expect some significant efficiencies, though, and out of the report recommendations, just because this is one that does create significant efficiencies, both in terms of staff time and in terms of decreased litigation and confusing cases. I think there's some tremendous benefits on the other side that could be seen.
I don't think I will ever live to see when DHHS downsizes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yep. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. Your next testifier in support.
This is Valentine's. I'm being nice.
Good afternoon. I have to tell you, I appreciate your stamina. You guys are amazing, the time you spend and what you do here. I hope all Nebraskans get a chance to see the effort that you put in. My name is Phil Gray, Philip Gray. I'm from Omaha. I had been a parent advocate for more than 40 years. I've worked in this agency in this area for more than that time. I worked for the Department of Public Welfare for the state of Nebraska as a supervisor of quality control, and I spent roughly 40 years working for the Social Security Administration and had a lot of touching with this bills and the implementation of these bills. If Senator Rippey would like to rephrase his questions and I'm done, I think I have some of that information for you, sir. Supplemental security income and categorical Medicaid were developed to help provide a support for disabled individuals living in their local communities as an alternative to what was then traditional institutional care. These community-based programs are a federal-state cooperative partnership with the state given flexibility to manage the programs within the parameters of the federal funding legislation, federal government providing matching funds. Eligibility for SSI, Supplemental Security Income. It confers automatic entitlement to categorical Medicaid. And categorical Medicaid is the basic criteria for community-based services. To assist the states in making eligibility decisions, SSA provides a number of data programs with various eligibility information. The majority of states have elected to accept this information and not require a separate application for categorical Medicaid. This clearly reduces the administrative cost of requiring a duplicate Medicaid decision, which HSA is already responsible to make. These states are designated as 1634 states. 7 states have elected to require a separate application for categorical Medicaid to determine if the individual is a qualified Medicaid eligible individual. These 7 states are designated as SSI criteria states. Nebraska is one of these states. This places an unnecessary and avoidable costs on the state and requires extra unnecessary work for eligibility workers. It's especially difficult in the situations when the individual is entitled to SSI, but not currently receiving SSI cash payments under the eligibility umbrella of the Pickle Amendment, the Disabled Adult Child Amendment, referred to as the DAC Amendment, and Section 1619A and B, the Return to Work Amendment. Attached is a copy of the written testimony submitted by a parent explaining what happened to her daughter and trying to correct an error by the department. From her story, it is clear the process is not well understood by the state. She was not able to find out from the state why they had initially terminated her daughter's Medicaid, nor why they decided she was eligible but with a large share of cost. She reached out to me and we were able to obtain the correct information for the state to correct their decision. I know another parent facing the same situation for her son. She also does not know why the state terminated her son's categorical Medicaid. The lack of information from the state is a barrier to taking corrective action and potentially harms individuals in the IDD community. The Optimus-Myers study that the committee requested also recommended transferring to 1634 state. And I would strongly encourage you to support LB 1007. Thank you. Sorry, I went over.
Oh, that's all right. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Don't see any. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else wishing to testify in support of LB 1007? Is there anybody who wishes to testify in opposition to 1007? Anybody wishing to testify in a neutral capacity?
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Matthew Ahern, M-A-T-T-H-E-W-A-H-E-R-N, and I'm the Interim Director for the Division of Medicaid and Long-Term Care within the Department of Health and Human Services. I'm here to testify in a neutral capacity regarding LB 1007, which will require the division to enter into a 1634 agreement, an agreement pursuant to Section 1634 of the Social Security Act, 42 USC 1383C, under which the Social Security Administration would have, or SSA, would have the authority to make Medicaid eligibility determinations for those receiving supplemental security income, or SSI. The population of individuals receiving SSI is a small subset of the overall Medicaid population, under 27,000, or approximately 7% of the total enrollees. Per the agreement, the SSA will not determine Medicaid eligibility for SSI individuals who refuse the assignment of rights to medical support and third-party liability payments for medical care, refuse to provide third-party liability information, or appear to have a Medicaid trust. Additionally, the Social Security Administration will not provide notice of eligibility determinations and would require the state to provide those notices. There is a fiscal impact as the state is required to pay the Social Security Administration one half of the costs incurred, in addition to other costs incurred by the SSA. If the state would like the SSA to ask an applicant about retroactive eligibility, there is an additional fee for this question. If the state were to request statistics or data from the SSA, the state would be required to pay the full cost of the request. The department reached out to the SSA prior to the hearing to inquire about the current cost structure and did not receive any response. The SSA can have a lengthy application approval process when determining eligibility for SSI. If the applicant must wait for the SSA to make an SSI eligibility determination, there could be delays in the applicant's access to care during pendency. The department processes applications for SSI eligibility individuals for Medicaid quickly in comparison to the SSA's SSI process. Additionally, if the individual is not categorically eligible, DHHS will determine if the individual is eligible under any other category and will determine eligibility for all family members with a single application. In contrast, the SSA will only determine eligibility for the person who is requesting or receiving SSI. Dependents would have to apply separately from the SSA process to determine eligibility. There will be technical changes required with associated costs that cannot be predicted or estimated based on the information currently available. Several other states have entered into these agreements, and it has the potential to be beneficial to Nebraska. However, at this time, the department lacks sufficient information to provide an estimate of potential savings. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have pertaining to the bill.
Thank you. Senator Reapy.
Thank you, Chairman Hansen. Do you have, I looked at the fiscal note as well, blank page. Do you have kind of a general thought about what the new cost would be for this alleged cost efficiency? It seems rather contradictory.
We don't have the information. There are set expectations in terms of what we would have to pay the SSA to do the services. We know that it flags at around 50% of their cost, but we don't know what their cost
But
is.
it will be a cost increase.
Well, it may or may not be. It kind of depends on what it replaces for us, right? If we're able to get that at a price that's better than we can do the applications for, then it has the potential to be a savings. But we just don't know because we don't have the information
I
to.
thought I heard earlier, it wasn't us to have an application on the Medicaid recipient. So that shouldn't be a cost to the state.
So I'll clarify there, right? So for the population that is receiving the SSI determination from SSA, that comes over, then we'd be able to process that. And basically just take that in without having to do an additional check, right? So there is potentially some savings there. Right now, our process for that is a pretty streamlined process compared to everything else that we do, because we take the information from the Social Security Administration pretty directly. Then we just do a few basic checks and then we're good. Additionally, any renewal for this population is already handled by bots, so nobody's actually doing the renewal for them currently. So it's still potential that there would be some savings, but this is, all things considered, a fairly streamlined process for us. So our expense to do this population is relatively minimal as is. So we would just have to make sure we have the information from the SSA to really evaluate the cost effectiveness based on the cost that they get to provide us.
I'm doubting, Thomas, anytime DHHS comes forward with some savings, never works out that way. There's always an added cost. That's my experience over years. So thank you very much. Thank you, Charlie.
Thank you for the question.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Anybody else wishing to testify in neutral capacity? All right, seeing none, we'll welcome back up Senator Walz to close. And for the record, where's all my stuff at?
Senator Reed, do you have your question answered on the states?
I did. It's 5-2. 5 progressives to 2 conservatives. I got my number. Thank you.
You're welcome. I do want to just go back to the reason why, or one of the reasons why I brought this bill, and it was due to a story, or the story that Mr. Gray told about a child falling through the cracks and was denied because of the 2 approval process that was in place. And I am happy to, with the division on streamlining the Medicare or Medicaid eligibility process, maybe looking into how other states have done it. I know that, the fiscal note does say 0. It does mention that there will not be any additional staff needed. There may be some additional staff time needed, but no additional staff. And it looks to me like the fiscal note also talks about these changes being due to the implementation and initiation of the program. So again, happy to work with the committee, happy to work with DHHS on this.
Any questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you. And for the record, there were 6 letters in support of LB 1007. With that, that'll close our hearing on LB 1007, and that will end our hearings for today. Oh, never mind, I got one more.
Wendy, you should have seen your face.
Sorry.
I second the motion.
Super quick.
It's like it for being out.
Super quick.
Oh.
Super quick.
Yeah, those are famous ones.
There you are, right down here.
We don't have a lot of test credits.
Okay, you are ready to begin whenever you are.
Good evening, afternoon, evening. Chair Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Wendy DeBoer, WENDY-DEBOER. I represent Legislative District 10 in Northwest Omaha. I'm here today to introduce LB 904. LB 904 actually is a simple bill. The statute currently authorizes the Department of Health and Human Services to use just one method to determine the child care subsidy reimbursement rate. That's the market rate survey. You can see on the chart that I passed out the result of the last survey. There are 2 markets in Nebraska. One market is Dakota, Douglas, Lancaster, and Sarpy. Dakota, Douglas, Lancaster, Sarpy. And the other market is all the other counties. The market rate survey simply may not have the flexibility to take into consideration all the various situations across the state. LB 904 allows the department to use a different model if they want to. If they want to. Permissive authority does not require anything. There are at least 2 federally approved methodologies, but DHHS could make another one, all of their own. If they did that, then they would have to get federal approval for it. The bill cites the federal code to give the flexibility to DHHS to do that if they would like to, if they'd like to make up their own model. So currently the department has no ability to use any other model but the market rate, and LB 904 gives them the discretion. The second change, so that's the first change. The second change is that LB 904 just codifies what we included in our budget to provide reimbursement for providers in the 75th percentile of the market rate as determined by the department if they stay with that model. So I will note for you that the planning committee has prioritized this bill. This is going to be the STEM bill. And then there are other bills that potentially will be used with this bill that we'll put on the floor, because the planning committee is one of those weird committees that doesn't have subject matter jurisdiction, and therefore we'll take a bill out of a different committee. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. But if you think of other questions tonight, tomorrow, whenever, I'm happy to answer them then as well, because since I've already prioritized this, I have a pretty vested interest in it. So
you're saying we should take our time executing on it?
all the time in the world, Senator Hansen. No,
I'm not
please.
bringing that up. All right. Any questions to the committee? Yes, Senator Reapy.
I do. I'm looking at the fiscal note, and it says where was it? I had it here. It says, the state would not be required, the department would not be required to use the alternate, would not be required to go to this methodology. What do you think the probability is that they would switch to it?
I know for a fact from the department's letter that they won't be going to it right away, because they've already started the process for the next use of the next market rate survey. So since they've already started that, they're going to use it. So at least in the short term, they certainly will not. But we want to give them the flexibility to either use this or create their own model in the future. And
so will this information then be dated by the time they might get to it?
will what information be dated?
The survey.
So the survey that you have in front of it is an old one. I'm not sure which one. 23. So they're working on the next one right now.
I thought they just did this every 2 years.
So 23, so they do it on 25, but they have to probably work for a while to do it ahead of time.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Yep.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none. Thank you. We'll take our first testifier in support of LB 904.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairperson Hansen and members of the Health and Human Services Committee. My name is Dr. Katie Bass, spelled K-A-T-I-E-B-A-S-S, and I'm the Policy and Research Advisor representing First 5 Nebraska. We are a statewide public policy organization focused on supporting policies that promote quality early care and learning experiences for young children. I want to thank Senator DeBoer for introducing LB 904, which, as she said, allows flexibility for the state in choosing a methodology for setting subsidy reimbursement rates. So you all have my formal testimony here. I'm just going to hit on a couple of high points. Right now in statute, it explicitly says we must do a market rate survey every 2 years. A market rate survey is one of the options that are approved federally, and all states are required to do a market rate survey or an alternative methodology, or seek out approval for a different methodology. They are also all required to do a narrow cost analysis, to do an examination of what it costs to provide care. Because we are getting more information about how the childcare market works, right? And research has shown that not all markets can allow providers to charge what it actually costs to provide that care. And those markets where we see those biggest gaps tend to be in our more rural areas, right? They tend to be around family childcare, and they tend to be around providing care for infants, right? So this year, the department is going to do that that narrow cost analysis. But what's really important is that they can't use any of that information when they think about their subsidy rates, right? They would not be allowed to, based on the way the statute is written. So what LB 904 does is it opens it up. It says that we would analyze the market and we would analyze costs, things that the department will have to do, right? And that they can, but do not have to use that information then to set subsidy reimbursement rates, right? So really, as Senator DeBoer said, this is a pretty simple bill that allows us to stay in line with what the federal regulations allow and require, and then gives the department the flexibility to choose how they would proceed from there. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Yes, Senator Reed.
Thank you. In the fiscal note, it
Yes.
says there is no federal requirement to use the findings, number one. Number two, this appears to be a rerun. You were in here a month ago with your consultant that went through the market-based, wanting a
Yes.
cost plus kind of a program, as I called it. This looks like a second run at that same objective. Is that true?
So this is that foundational. So that was not a bill a month ago. That was actually an interim study to talk about what those other models are.
But it appears it was the foundation for this.
Yes, in fact, the department is using the cost estimation model, right? Which is not quite a cost plus model because it's not about profits. It's about what it costs to run a business. And that is the tool they're using for their narrow cost analysis. But we were very clear with this bill that that is not required, right? We did not set forth a tool that they have to use.
It's just that anything that does with Medicaid, the idea that you're going to recover your cost is sort of a nebulous position for anybody, whether it's nursing homes or anybody else. If they don't get their cost, they're not likely to get their cost in the near future. So I don't know. Okay. No further question. Thank you, Chair.
Yep. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify in support of LB 904? Seeing none, does anybody wish to testify in opposition to LB 904? Seeing none, anybody wish to testify in neutral capacity? All right, you were right.
I promised.
All right. And then for the record, you did have 8 letters in support of LB 904 and 1 in a neutral capacity.
All right, thank you, Senator Hansen. So I had promised Senator Hansen that I would only have one testifier so that he would schedule me for this point in the session. So I had only one. Senator Repe, I will want to respond to some of the questioning I heard from you. And that is that what we had come this summer in our interim study was specifically that cost model. What we have done in this bill is allow the department to use the market, the cost model, or also to make up its own, which was not the subject that we talked about this summer. My concern, the thing that I'm trying to solve with this bill, is that over time, I would hope we would be more responsive to the local situations throughout the state than just Dakota, Sarpy, Douglas, and Lancaster are all one.
Right.
And then we have all the others, because regardless of whether you're going to get your cost back or not, remember I called it a cost minus, because what I would like is to see that if you have super, super high costs in Gage County, have super, super low costs in Dawson County, that there's a model that accounts for the fact that the people in Dawson under the market rate would be getting really, really well reimbursed, and the people in Gage would be really, really poorly reimbursed. So providing flexibility throughout the state to have it be more responsive to the individual needs throughout the state than just you're either in category A or you're in category B. And that's one of the things that either the cost model or some other model that would be a kind of a hybrid or whatever it would allow the state to be more responsive to the various localities to make sure that we are not just trying to do a one size fits all throughout the whole state.
That makes sense. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Any other questions? Don't see any.
Thank you very
All right,
much.
Thank you. That'll conclude our hearing for LB 904 and all of our hearings for today.
Okay,
So,
now you
thank you.
can
Make sure we can get started up.
Give me a heart attack.
And we'll take just like 2 minutes.
2 minutes?
Then we'll do the exec session.
Oh, I
It
thought you were
should-
gonna maybe give us a little break, but I know.
Should go relatively quick, I think.
At the time you-
I was